What is up, YouTube? Welcome into another edition of Texas Sports Unfiltered. It is midday with Trey and BK. We are live on Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023, just after 12 o'clock. We appreciate y'all spending some time with us today as we've got a triple feature coming your way on TSU this afternoon. Trey and BK from 12 to 1, followed by Chip and Zay, who, of course, made their debut on Texas Sports Unfiltered yesterday. Those guys will be live from 1 to 3. And then a special edition episode of Trey and KD. That's right. Kevin Dunn makes his return to Texas Sports Unfiltered coming up from 3 to 4. We are jam-packed this afternoon. What's going on, brother?
What up, BK? Yeah, exciting to get to do another show with you and hop back on with Kevin. We have some fun things planned on both counts, and I know that Zay and Chip will be bringing it as well. I have to ask you a question to start, though, because I noticed that not only was I dancing to the countdown music, but you were as well. Do you hate yourself also like I do for as much as you love that countdown music? Because my goodness, that is such a simple song, but it's hard not to move to the beat.
It is so catchy, man. Yeah, we had ourselves a little mini dance party while we were waiting for that countdown to count down today. But it's catchy, man. I don't know what song that is. I literally just YouTube searched non-copyrighted music because I'm not trying to get in trouble here on this channel. And that was the thing that came up. I was like, all right, this is a countdown. That's what we want. It's non-copyrighted. That's what we want. That's the one we decided to go with. But yeah, it's suspenseful, but it's also kind of fun to dance to too.
Sounds like a 1990s video game. I'm really close to putting lyrics to that music, so prepare yourselves because there may be some lyrics that have to do with Texas Sports Unfiltered that we'll get to sing to that song at some point.
Oh, my God. Yeah, we just have our voices over that background music playing for the minute countdown leading up to any show.
We may be using auto-tune.
Yeah, we're going to need some help, or we may just hire somebody to sing it for us so we don't scare people off before we even start our broadcast, because there's a chance that would happen if either of us tries to sing. Going to be a fun show today. Plenty of Texas football conversation. We also have a study about the most and least optimistic fan bases in the NFL going into the 2023 season. We'll give you the results of that a little bit later on. Plus, good news for one of the freshmen on this Texas football team. And where are we at in society today? We'll feature something called Jew face, Trey?
Yeah, there's a big Jew face controversy, BK, that I heard about a couple of days ago. Had to tell my Larry David-esque story in yesterday's Where Are We At? But I did want to get your thoughts as a member of the tribe with this big Jew face controversy involving Academy Award nominee Bradley Cooper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. I have not heard this story before, so I am very intrigued and also slightly mortified for what is coming up and where are we at in society today. But Bradley Cooper, I wonder if he's getting canceled. That would be a big, big deal. He's an Eagles fan, so screw him. I'm like the dude in The Big Lebowski. I hate the Eagles, man, but not the band. I love the Eagles, the band. I just hate the football team. So that's a new version of the dude for me.
I get why you are taking that particular stance because you are a Cowboys fan. But as somebody who doesn't care much for the Philadelphia Eagles, I probably dislike the band even more.
Not an Eagles guy.
No, I just think that it's easy listening adult contemporary. There are a couple of okay songs, but I also think they're one of the more overrated bands from that era.
Wow. All right, we're going to need to compile a list of your overrated bands and my overrated bands. And well, I already know my list is going to be better, but we'll see what the people think and what they have to say as well.
Speaking of, we're going to have to bring back, I don't know if it's Power Rank Wednesdays or what, but we're going to have to bring the power rankings back at some point. That was a fun bit on the old radio days.
Yeah, we got a few things cooking for the future of Midday with Trey and BK. So keep it locked in. Please like this video. Please subscribe to this channel. Thank you all for the support of Texas Sports Unfiltered to this point. We're in week number 3. It's been very, very successful so far, and we love having you guys on board. So keep continuing to spread the word. We really do appreciate it. Okay, Trey, Steve Sarkisian was available to local media yesterday following Texas's second scrimmage of fall camp. And we've got a few clips to play from Sark's press conference. We'll start with this one where he was asked just about the overall mindset of the team and where sort of the mental state of the locker room is less than 2 weeks away from the season opener against Rice. Here's Steve Sarkisian.
I think it goes beyond talent. I think there has to be a mindset too. I think that's dangerous when you just rely on talent to bail you out. And I think that that's something this team is really starting to embody. There's a work ethic about them. There's a style of play about them. There's a level of intensity about them that make our practices very competitive and tough and hard. And in turn, when you don't operate that way, it shows pretty dramatically. And the players will be quick to let you know. And I appreciate that because they want to be great. They want to have a great football team. And they know they need everybody. You know, it doesn't matter. When we sit in a team room, as I talk to our players, everybody's got a role on our team. And, you know, I get it. There's the Quinn Ewers, Xavier Worthies, you know, of the world, the Jalen Fords of the world. But on that same note, there's that other guy who is getting him ready to play every week on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and how valuable he is to give the really good look to push them to be the best that they can be day in and day out. And I do think our team has a great deal of respect for one another that way, that everybody has a role on our team that's going to contribute to our success. And when you can understand your role and everybody can appreciate your role, and then you can do maximum effort in your role, man, that's when you have something pretty special. And so I would say the majority of our team really understands that aspect.
Thanks to our buddy Bob Ballou for tweeting out that video and providing that content for us there. Your thoughts on what Sark had to say, Trey?
I think that this is a program that far too often in the last 14 years has gotten caught up in who they are versus understanding the necessity to focus on the task at hand and not put in the proper amount of work to achieve great things more years than not. So I love to hear Sark saying these things because if he's being authentic, and I have no reason to believe he's not, then maybe this team has been able to turn a corner in that regard, in part because of dudes from the past few years, even though the team hasn't done as well as some of us would have hoped, who have put in that work and now have NFL riches or a roster spot to show for it. But look, the greatest people, regardless of the venture, but especially in sports, they don't achieve greatness based on potential alone or because they are the most talented person out there. They achieve greatness because they pair a work ethic to go with a natural skill set. Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time. Sorry, LeBron. Sorry, Kobe fans. And he did that because he was not only talented, but he also worked harder than everybody else on the Bulls roster for all those years that he was building up and then winning championships.
Yeah, absolutely. You need everyone to have that mindset, but you're right. Your leaders have to kind of permeate that mindset throughout the rest of the locker room. And look, it takes everybody. I mean, you can't just win a conference championship. Forget a national championship. You're not going to be able to win a conference championship with just your star player stepping up and making things happen. You're going to need your role players to step up in key moments throughout the course of the season to get you to Arlington. And obviously what Sark was talking about with some of the walk-ons and the depth players who won't have their names called during the TV broadcast that often on Saturdays, well, those guys are going to be responsible for scout team and pushing those players at practice to make sure that they are prepared for what's going to come from the opposition every single Saturday when we get to the fall. So yeah, you've got to have everybody completely bought in. You got to push egos to the side. You're right. That sense of entitlement that's been around here for far too long, that's got to go away. You have to push that stuff to the side. Make sure you're all playing for the name on the front of the jersey. Everyone's got to be bought into doing their job every single day, because that mindset is important. Attitude is important, right? Talent goes a long way, but Texas has had talent a lot over those last 13, 14 years that you're talking about. They just haven't been able to put it all together. Now, some of it's coaching and lack of development, but I think some of it's on the just the players and maybe the coaches too, just not having the right attitude or mindset and work ethic that goes in to doing everything that is required to be competitive in college football nowadays. So you need all of those guys to be 100% bought in at all times for this team to really do what it's got the potential to do this year.
Yeah, and that's why player leadership is so important too. And look, we understand these are guys who get to live in Austin, Texas during their formative years where they're becoming young men, truly going from kids to young men. And there is a lot of fun that comes along with being a resident of Austin, Texas, and a Texas Longhorn football player. You can enjoy all of that stuff to a degree, but also still stay focused enough on what you need to take care of on the field, in the film room, and elsewhere to ensure that you are setting yourself up for success. Does it guarantee success? No, it doesn't. Because as prepared as somebody can be, there's still an element of luck in sports. But as the common saying goes, luck is the product of when preparation meets opportunity. And if you're prepared, you will rise up to those challenges, to those opportunities far more often than not. And it does seem like this Texas football team is better prepared for that now than they have been at any point during the Steve Sarkisian era, but probably going back to that Sugar Bowl run that they had Sam Ehlinger's sophomore year, where it does look like everybody's on the same page. The schedule is maybe going to set itself up for you pretty nicely, especially if you can look good, if not win that game in Tuscaloosa week 2 of the season. And it really starts at the top. And Steve Sarkisian, has taken on that confident attitude and made sure that these guys understand what it takes to actually win these big games. He doesn't necessarily have that experience as a head coach, but he's seen it play out at Alabama. So I'm assuming that he is leaning quite a bit on that experience and really helping them understand all of that.
Yeah, something that you've brought up a lot, Trey, the problems that Texas has had after experiencing a little bit of success, right? So the mindset that Sark was talking about there, I'm glad that that's there right now. You need that same consistent mindset throughout the course of the entire season, right? Because at times in recent years, whenever Texas has experienced a little bit of success, it's gotten to their heads and they've kind of fallen apart. I mean, we saw it year one of the Sark era with the nice win over Louisiana. Well, then, boom, you go to Fayetteville the next week, you get your ass kicked. I think of last year, the Oklahoma game, 49-0. I know Texas beat Iowa State the following week. They shouldn't have won that game. Nope. Like if Peter Hutchinson catches that easy deep ball on that final Iowa State drive, at minimum, that game is going to overtime. But there's a damn good chance that Iowa State comes into your house and wins that game. And that was the worst Matt Campbell team that we've seen in a number of years. And then obviously after that, you lose that game in Stillwater at Oklahoma State. So it's just like at times, and there's countless other examples that precede Steve Sarkisian that we can bring up to where it's like, oh, they have a really, really good performance, and then they just lay an egg the next week by playing down to their competition. Like, obviously, it's going to be awesome if Texas goes on the road and beats Alabama, but then boom, a couple of weeks later, hell, the week later, if they blow it against Wyoming, that'd be a huge problem. But realistically, they won't. If they lose the conference opener to Baylor, then all of a sudden, like that high that you're feeling after a win in Tuscaloosa just goes away. And we're having similar conversations about how just a little bit of success is getting to these guys' heads. So that's something that absolutely has to be there. And you brought up, I think maybe the best example, and this is more of a macro than a micro example, just of the whole program, that Sugar Bowl win. We're back, right? Like that wasn't just Sam Ehlinger saying that. That was what Tom Herman was talking about. That was what like everybody in the locker room was talking about. Like, oh, if we win this game, we're back and we can brag about it and we're good. And it just kind of felt like that was the whole mindset of the team throughout the entirety of that following offseason. And what did Texas do in 2019? They took a major step back and people were ready for Tom Herman to lose his job. So like there are just countless examples, and it sucks and it's so annoying of just this team experiencing an ounce of success and then they can't do anything with it. They can't consistently have it. So having that mindset, even if you do win that game against Alabama, even if you do blow out Oklahoma again in Dallas, like just making sure that you're able to keep that same energy that you had right there throughout the whole year, that's going to go a long way into Texas getting back to where it needs to get.
Yeah, it's a very Aggie-like quality that, ironically, Texas kind of started adopting when A&M left the conference too, right? Like A&M is notorious for printing T-shirts and putting placards up for things that really only exist in their mind, whether you're talking about counting a spring football win on the overall win total or claiming championships that aren't there. Texas has let a tiny bit of success go to their heads, only to see it all collapse and go away. They just erase that goodwill within a week or two. And we even have examples of them claiming national championships for winning the NIT at the end of the year. Thank you very
Oh.
much for that one, Shaka Smart. But hopefully we're on to better times now. We're not having to grasp so hard to find those braggadocious moments of success as an athletics department.
That was my least favorite moment of being a Texas fan in my entire life. And there have been some painful ones. Don't get me wrong. But when TexasSports.com posted a graphic that said national champions after Texas had just beaten, who was it, Belmont or Lipscomb in the NIT final? I think it was Lipscomb. They put national champions on TexasSports.com. They were bragging like they had just won a national championship. That was the lowest moment. And once again, there have been some low moments during my fanhood of this team that has gone all the way back since my first day on this planet. That one right there, I've never been so embarrassed to be a Texas fan in my entire life.
That's maybe a good topic to throw out to the people today. The most embarrassed you've ever been, not just as a Texas fan, but a fan of whatever team you love the most. But you're right, BK. And look, it's not it's a pretty obvious piece of advice to give out to the people out there, but it's still one worth stating from time to time. Never go full Aggie. That's one of the few times in my life as a lover of all things Longhorns where it felt like we went full Aggie.
Yeah, we did. We did. God, that was worse than losing to Abilene Christian, man, or Abilene Jewish or whatever they are. Like that was just so shitty. Oh my God. The worst. Yeah, keep those. I like those comments. I like that topic. Yeah, it's very depressing to talk about, of course, but maybe your lowest moment or moments of being a Texas fan.
That was definitely worse than losing to Abilene Muslim, because at least Abilene Hindu was in the actual NCAA tournament.
Yeah, you're right. I would rather have lost to some crappy small school. No offense to ACU, the school, but I would have rather lost to anybody in the tournament than have claimed an NIT title as a national championship in 2021 or whatever it was.
In a consolation tournament. Let's call it exactly what it is. It is the consolation tournament for not making it to the real tournament.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of comments from CB. Yeah, the loss to Kansas in 2016, which unfortunately that's not the only Texas football loss to Kansas that there is to talk about. Sark was able to accomplish that a couple of years ago, unfortunately. But yeah, that first loss in Lawrence when Kansas was just the joke of the college football world back in 2016. That one hurt, and that's one of those moments where I feel like every Texas fan remembers exactly where they were when that game went down.
Yeah, I was watching that at a Pluckers with Kevin and Chad, and the only thing that I'll say is a saving grace for that moment and why the NIT championship / national championship thing was more embarrassing is because at least in that moment, we could all breathe a sigh of relief that the Charlie Strong era was coming to an end, right?
Yep.
Whereas the NIT championship, you're like, you know what? I don't really care one way or the other because it is a consolation tournament. But good for these guys for ending the year on a 4-game win streak or whatever it was. And then it just turned into an outright embarrassment from there, unfortunately.
Yeah. Allowing OU to come back in 21, blowing that huge lead against the Sooners at the Cotton Bowl. That one stung a lot and still stinks. And then the obvious one, shield your eyes.
Oh, come on.
Yep. I'm not even going to read it. If you're listening on the app, I'm sorry. You don't get to know what we're talking about here.
See, that sucked, but that wasn't outright embarrassment though, was it?
No, not at the time, but obviously what ended up happening later that season and because of the garbage that was the BCS, that turned into maybe not embarrassing, but like just one of those heartbreaking moments of being a Texas football fan.
Why do you got to bring that up, Grant? We're talking embarrassment here. We're not talking about heartbreak. Now you're making me think back to my Houston Oilers blowing that huge lead against the Buffalo Bills. Damn you.
Your boy Frank Reich.
Yeah,
that guy sucks.
Prevent defense. I will never in my life watch a prevent defense or be happy. We play the Madden video game, BK. My son and I are about to download the newest version of Madden so we can play with Bijan. Even in that video game, if I'm up huge, I'm not calling a prevent defense. Guys are covering dudes closer to the line of scrimmage. You may have a couple of safeties and extra DB dropping back. Maybe we'll even go cloud coverage with 4 over the top. We are not dropping 6 back 20 to 30 yards downfield. Thanks a lot, freaking Oilers.
You're doing that all because of that Bills comeback?
Yes.
Wow.
Absolutely. I will never play a prevent defense for the rest of my video game playing life for that moment.
That is amazing. All right, let's hear one more from Steve Sarkisian. Let's go to the defensive side of the football. One of the more intriguing position battles is the edge position, right? Feels like Barron Sorrell is for sure going to be one of the starters for Texas out there, but it kind of feels like Ethan Burke has become the front runner to be the other starter opposite of Barron Sorrell on that Texas defensive line. Here's Steve Sarkisian talking about Ethan Burke.
Blue collar, man. He's a blue collar guy. I think he has great length. You know, he's got length, but at the end of the day, the guy's a mechanic, man. He goes to work. He rolls his sleeves up. He doesn't mind getting grimy. You know, he's always going to try to find an edge somewhere. And he's got good wits about him. You know, he knows how to play the game. And so obviously coming from a great program at Westlake, I think he was taught, you know, really well coming out of high school. You see it with Bosick as well. But Ethan, just being a year advanced in the system, I think he knows how to really just play the game, but he definitely has a toughness, a griminess about him that we appreciate.
Toughness, griminess. Ethan Burke, yeah, not the most highly touted recruit coming out of Westlake, only a 3-star, but by all accounts, he's had a very, very good offseason, and I think he is the proverbial leader in the clubhouse to be that other starter at edge.
I look forward to seeing what he can do starting game 1, of course, against Rice, but especially week 2 when he's going up against top-notch talent on the other side of the ball, some of whom will likely be playing in the NFL someday. I'm still maybe a little bit suspect. Perhaps it's that UTSD kicking in and watching that position not perform consistently enough over these last few years. But at least there is cause for optimism right now. And it looks like Colton Bosick may end up as his backup, at least according to a projected depth chart that I saw on Inside Texas the other day. So a couple of Westlake boys holding down that side of the defensive line. And then you are also going to get Anthony Hill in that spot from time to time, too, on those obvious pass down situations. So I think it can maybe be a by committee approach this year, and Texas can find some success in that regard because they're so good at so many other spots. That edge rusher oftentimes is only going to have to worry about one guy versus a second and maybe third coming over to help out, to help block or chip or whatever else.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think the edges are going to be double teamed that often this year just because of how much talent Texas has on the interior of that defensive line. This group just needs more sacks. They need more pressure this year than what they got last year. And if that happens, this defense is going to take another step. Now, they took a giant leap, if we're being completely honest, from 2021 to 2022, like nearly 10 points per game fewer allowed last season than what they had in year 1 of the Sark and PK era. If they want to take another step, which it feels like there's an opportunity to do so, I know they lost a couple of really, really talented pieces to the NFL, but it sure feels like there's still a lot of talent, a lot of depth, and a lot of experience on that side of the ball for this group. Now it's year 3 of the PK defensive scheme. If they do want to take another step on that side of the football, a lot of it is going to have to do with being able to get pressure off the edge. And I think, you know, linebackers obviously a big question outside of Jalen Ford, but for me, edge is my biggest concern right now for this Texas defense. Do I think it can be good? Yeah. Like, I think Ethan Burke can be great. I think Colton Bosick can be great. I think Finkley, like, there are some guys in that Texas defensive edge room that I think can be really, really good players. I just, outside of Barron Sorrell, I haven't seen it super consistently from anyone to where I just can sit here and say that I know that we're not going to be having conversations about Texas not being able to get enough pressure on opposing quarterbacks this season.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of the attention is paid on getting to the quarterback and creating that pressure, but there's other things that need to be happening on first and second downs that have not been consistent enough at that edge spot these last few years too. Things like setting the edge so that your linebackers can come into the gap that they're supposed to be filling and making a play as it pertains to stopping the opposition's rush attack on first and second downs too. So Ethan Burke has a big task in front of him, but at least right now, based on what we're hearing in fall practice or after fall practice from Sark, but also insider reports too, it does seem like Ethan Burke is up to that task.
Yeah, it does as well. And I like hearing that because he has apparently played well throughout fall camp. He's played well in the 2 scrimmages that Texas has had. So the opportunity is seemingly there for him, right? Just go out and take it. And obviously you rotate your edge players. It's not going to be Sorrell and Burke getting every single snap on defense this year, but it feels like the opportunity for those big downs, those third downs in clutch, crucial situations are going to belong to Sorrell and Burke. And if Sorrell can perform like he did last year, and if Burke can perform like the reports are saying that he's doing in fall camp, then those are going to be your 2 guys. And hopefully those guys combined with what Texas has on the inside is going to help out a lot. And then I don't know if you brought up Anthony Hill, but we'll see what his role on this defense is. Some people think maybe he could be lining up off the edge from time to time to help add some depth and obviously some high-end potential talent to that group too. If that guy can, and people say Micah Parsons, that's obviously the easy comparison to make when you're talking about a really, really good linebacker who's super versatile and plays different parts of the defense. But if that guy could be an edge rusher for this team and he can use that athleticism and that skill set to wreak some havoc in the backfield, then that's going to help out a ton. And that concern that I have is going to completely go away.
Yeah, no question. I will be curious to see the times that Anthony Hill and Ethan Burke are on the field at the same time, because it kind of seems like they're going to be occupying very similar space on those third and long, third and obvious passing down situations. But maybe you can get one on one side and the other on the other, and hopefully do a great job of collapsing the pocket and either force the quarterback to tuck the ball and take a snap or take a sack rather, or better yet, force him into a really poor throw that turns into an interception and a quick flip of the field for the offense, if not something even better, like pick 6.
Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take a few of those this year. That would be nice. That would be nice. All right, before we change over and get into the study done that talks about the most and least optimistic fan bases going into the 2023 NFL season, Trey, our guy Tom McKay has texted in. Says the most overrated bands and musicians of all time are The Doors and Beyonce. That's his list of 2 that he has. Your thoughts on that?
I don't have a strong opinion on Beyonce, although I would be inclined to disagree with that one. The Doors, I can understand that argument, but I feel like the Eagles are far more overrated than the Doors are.
I think the Eagles are rated higher than the Doors, but I think the Eagles are a lot better than the Doors. I kind of agree with Tom. I'm not a huge fan of the Doors. Beyonce, from Texas, Longhorn fan. She's put out some good songs. I'm a fan of her work.
Yeah, I like the Doors more than the Eagles, but I also realize that Jim Morrison was a colossal egomaniac too, so that's a little bit off-putting. But in terms of the straight music, I do think the Doors are better than the Eagles. I mean, you don't hear nearly as much Doors music on adult contemporary stations like you do the Eagles. Yeah, let's take it easy, Don Henley. Let's take it real easy.
What about the gay music? What the straight music? What are you talking about? Is there a certain type? Did you need to identify what they are into?
If we want to talk LGBTQ friendly music, then I'm happy to do so. Want to get into a little Cher or get into a little who was Bradley Cooper's co-star in A Star Is Born?
Gaga?
Lady Gaga. Yeah, Lady Gaga, somebody who the community embraces. Yeah, sure, I'm happy to do that. We can talk a little Indigo Girls if you like.
Interesting. No, I don't
keep it with the straight music.
Yeah, I don't think I would like it. All right. Well, there's Tom McKay's thoughts on bands, but our thoughts on Tom McKay and audiovisual consultations are incredibly high. And if you've ever reached out to AV consultations, you're going to have those same thoughts. And if you haven't reached out to them, you absolutely should, because Trey, football season is right around the corner. And that means there's no better time to reach out to AV consultations to get your home TV setup spruced up.
Now is the best time. And I feel like if you were to make that call today, you could maybe get that set up by the start of the actual college football season. No, not week 0. That may be possible too. By week 1, you might have that dream home theater set up like I have, like BK is about to have once again in his new apartment, and so many others now have, thanks to audio-visual consultations and the incredible work that they have been putting on for 35 years now in homes and in places of business. Think of Pluckers. Yes, that incredible setup. That's all done by audio-visual consultations. Every location here in Austin and across the state as well. Go to avconsultations.com and see all the different services audio-visual consultations can provide for you. Once you decide on that service, then give Tom McKay and Audio-Visual Consultations a call at 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. Yep. AV Consultations coming out to my place tomorrow to hook me up with the man cave style setup once again. Looking forward to that.
Are you doing anything different this time around? Because I believe you do the quad TVs, right? You have 4 TVs, 2 stacked on top of another 2.
Mm-hmm. We're doing the same thing, but we might get some TVs in the studio in this room as well. Right. So we've got, it's like 1,000 square foot apartment that I'm living in. There might be like 8 or 9 TVs in this thing.
Sweet.
But whenever I'm dealing with movers, they're like, what the hell is going on? Are all these yours? Yeah. Yeah, they are. It's a beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. Shout out to AV Consultations. And shout out to Katie from Quote Wizard, who keeps texting me saying it's the final attempt to reach me. You know, I gave up a real job, so I gave up health insurance. So I got to figure out where I'm going to get that. And I don't know. I don't even think I signed up for this, but I keep getting all these texts and calls. It's like they all know that I quit my job, and they're like, oh, this guy needs health insurance. So we all have to spam this dude 24/7, 365. And I've gotten, hey, Bradley, this is Katie from Quote Wizard for the final attempt to help you review your health plans. I've gotten that text 4 times. It's like George Strait on a damn farewell tour. Like, dude, it's not your last tour. We know you're touring again next year. Stop calling it that. We know you're going to text me back, Katie. Okay, stop saying it's your final attempt. And also, please stop texting me in general. I don't want to deal with this.
It's like the mattress company that's having another going out of business sale. No, you're not. You're going to be here in 6 months. I guarantee it.
That was the name of one of the storefronts in the Zohan. You ever see that movie? You don't mess with the Zohan?
No, a few Sandler flicks I haven't watched.
Cultural phenomenon. But one of the names of the stores was going out of business. Like, that was actually what they called the store. And they always advertised that they were going out of business. I thought it was genius. All right, there's your free plug, Quote Wizard. We don't like to give out free plugs because we do have great sponsors who do contribute to Texas Sports Unfiltered, and we're super grateful for that, including 7-Eleven. Our friends over there at 7-Eleven, they are your go-to convenience store to get you through the summer all throughout the state of Texas. Of course, there are a ton in Austin, but if you're in Dallas, if you're in Houston, you've got 7-Eleven. They've got the Slurpees, the Big Gulps, the coffee in the morning to get your day started, all of the snacks that you could ever want. They've got them there at 7-Eleven. And go see our guy, Ashish. He runs 3 different 7-Elevens throughout the Austin area. The Monterey Oaks location, which is right by me, 360 in Bee Cave, and also the one at Lake Austin. God, I've spent a lot of money on beer at that one over the years. Shout out to 7-Eleven for their great partnership with us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered.
BK, real quick before we get to the NFL stories today, Tom did follow up the text that he sent both of us with, thank you guys for making driving in this shit city fun again. Well, you're welcome, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you for listening, Tom. Make sure you download that free Texas Sports Unfiltered app so you can listen on the go, wherever you are, whenever you want.
Is this necessary, Sal? BK, who's hotter, Megan Thee Stallion or Lizzo?
That's the easiest question I've ever been asked in my entire life.
Please don't say Lizzo.
No, I'm not saying Lizzo.
Okay.
She would eat Megan Thee Stallion.
I don't even know who Megan Thee Stallion is, but please don't say Lizzo.
You don't know who Megan Thee Stallion is?
I mean, I've heard the name before. I couldn't pick her out of a lineup, though.
Okay. I think you could.
Could I?
I think if it was just like 100 random people in the room and she was there, I think you'd be able to tell which one she was. Now,
Okay.
Lizzo would count as two people, I think, in that room. There'd only be 99 because she'd be number 99 and number 100.
Okay, so I was under the impression that Megan Thee Stallion is an overweight black woman. Is that not the case?
She's not Lizzo size. She's thick, but she's not. Yeah, and I don't think she's berating her assistants like Lizzo has apparently been over the last few years.
So thick with 2 Ks or thick with a CK?
2 C's, I would argue. Maybe even 3 C's.
I don't even know what that means now.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the 21st century. Welcome to the millennial world, Trey. Not a world you want to be in. Get out of there as soon as you possibly can. It's not a world I want to be in either. Nope. Oh, man. All right, so how about this? We've got a semi-scientific Twitter study that has been conducted over the last 30 days trying to figure out which NFL fan bases are most and least confident going into this upcoming season here in 2023. And the way they did this, they calculated the amount of tweets, or the percentage of tweets is probably a better way to put it, of teams talking about or fans talking about their team winning the Super Bowl, getting to the playoffs, or winning the division this upcoming season. So what percentage of tweets about each team had to do with winning the Super Bowl, winning the division, or making the playoffs? What percentage of those tweets was that? And that's sort of how they calculated the optimism levels for fan bases across the National Football League. Care to take a guess which fan base is the most optimistic going into this season?
I mean, it's got to be Chiefs fans, right?
Great call. Kansas City Chiefs, number 1 on this list. The defending Super Bowl champs, of course, they've won 2 with Mahomes and Andy Reid. They've played in 3 with those guys. They are number 1 on the list. What about number 2?
Eagles or Bengals?
Eagles. Good call. Of course, the team that the Chiefs beat in the Super Bowl last year, they're very confident. I mean, even if they weren't coming off of an NFC championship, they would be confident in Philadelphia because that's just how Eagles fans are. So Chiefs 1, Eagles 2. Number 3?
Guess I'll go Bengals since that was the other team that I mentioned there.
Not the Bengals. They are down at number 5.
Okay.
Come on, man. We're talking about confidence and optimism before week 1. There's one fan base.
Cowboys fans?
Of course.
Oh, my gosh, guys.
Every year. What do you mean?
I don't know.
This is our year. Cowboys fans say that all the time.
You're right about that. No, that's totally true.
And, hey, the Cowboys have reasons to be optimistic this year, don't they?
Maybe, I guess. I mean, I feel better about your prospects with Zach Martin back now, but it is still the Jerry Jones-led Dallas Cowboys, so something inevitably will happen to derail the season, regular season or early in the playoffs.
Yeah, I hope most of those tweets aren't about the Super Bowl, even though I'm sure they are. But the Cowboys are going to be a playoff team if they stay relatively healthy. Like, the NFC is just not that good. And they've got a chance to win the division. I know Philly's there, but nobody repeats as division champs in the NFC East. So they've got a shot to do those 2 things, but win a Super Bowl, yeah. Now, I've until Jerry Jones croaks, I'm not confident that that's going to happen.
Don't want to spend too much time on this, but how do you rank the NFC East right now? I mean, obviously the Washington Commies are bringing it up the rear, but what about those first 3 teams?
Didn't you see the Commies beat the Ravens last night, dude?
I know they broke the win streak, but they are still starting. What is it? A second-year quarterback, and they have some nice pieces, but they're in a good division this year.
Yeah, they are. It's hilarious how many people are like, "Don't sleep on the Commanders this year." It's like, dude, they had their starters playing for a full half. The Ravens had none of their starters playing, and they needed a last-second field goal to win that game. Like, congratulations, and they celebrated like they just won a playoff game.
I didn't see that, but I did see lifetime Longhorn Sam Cosmi pull off the gritty in the end zone.
Yeah, he did. He also guaranteed a win and delivered. So congrats on that preseason victory, Sam. And I'm just bitter because that cost my cousin some money. Because Ravens preseason money line is the easiest bet in sports. At least it was. Till Ron Rivera, who's going to get fired 2 months into the real season, decided to try super hard in a preseason game. Jerk.
Your cousin is betting on NFL preseason games?
One-legged duck swim in a circle? Come on, man. Of course. I'm betting on preseason, betting on the WNBA, betting on the Little League World Series. Like, you name it. We're betting on it.
Okay, Little League World Series, I subscribe to betting on that one. But WNBA games also is just makes you more likely to be watching the WNBA at night.
Hey, high school football gets going this week. Come on. If you got lines, I'll take them. I don't know if I should promote that. I feel like I might get in trouble for trying to wager on high school kids, but, let me know. DM me, please.
Hell, maybe you should take a morning off from Bucky and BK and come walk our kids to school with us. Maybe we can try and get some of these second and third graders to pick fights with one another and throw money down on who's going to win that one.
I will not bet on that. There's
your line. There's the moral line there. I'm glad we found it.
Yeah, I'm not betting on second and third graders fist fighting in the schoolyard. Yeah, I don't have morals, but I've got something that prevents me from doing that. I'm not sure what it's called, but I can't do that.
Well, then you're not invited to tomorrow's elementary school fight club then.
All right, just put it on YouTube live. I can watch it, please. Oh, man. Number 4 on this list. So I mentioned Cincy's 5. We'll do the top 5, and then we'll do like the bottom 3.
Sure.
But number 4 on this list, most optimistic NFL fan bases right now. This one's a little bit of a surprise.
I would maybe say the Bills, but I feel like Bills fans are a little bit jaded at this point.
Bills are number 8.
49ers?
49ers are number 7, just above Buffalo.
You said a bit of a surprise. Dolphins fans? I don't know. Are they so coked up that they actually think that team's going to win a Super Bowl this year?
Dolphins are number 9, so they're in the top 10.
Okay. AFC or NFC team?
NFC team.
Giants fans?
Not the Giants. They're middle of the pack. I'm telling you, man.
Lions fans.
Lions fans.
Yeah.
4th most confident / optimistic fan base going into 2023. They're coming off of missing the playoffs again, but they are excited with Jared Goff at quarterback and the Aggie, Dan Campbell, at head coach. A lot of buzz surrounding that team this year. They're the favorites to win the NFC North, Trey.
You know what? I like watching this Lions team too. And this goes back to Dan Campbell's first year where I think they either had 4 or 5 total regular season wins. They were a fun football team to watch and they fought hard. Remember, that was a year where I feel like they lost 3 or 4 games on last second plays / field goals. And you could see them starting to rise up. And they showed more of that last year, including that final game of the year where they really ruined the Packers season by winning that one. Jamal Williams, one of my favorite players in the NFL before that point, but that interview he gave after the game is an all-timer too. I get why Lions fans are enthusiastic right now. I think this team has been a fun team to watch, and we've seen those positive incremental steps over the first 2 years for the Fighting Dan Campbells that has folks believing that they can do even more this year because amongst other things, they are in a bit of a down division this year. Like I know Minnesota is still supposed to be decent, but the Bears are a giant question mark. The Packers, this may be the first time in a long time, they might be the worst team in that division. So the opportunity is there for the Lions to make some noise.
It absolutely is. And keeping Ben Johnson, their offensive coordinator, was huge. He interviewed for a couple of coaching jobs. He turned them all down. Like I think he might have gotten an offer out there if he kept his name in the hat, but he decided to say no and return to Detroit to be their offensive coordinator. And obviously he and Jared Goff had a really good connection last year because Goff looked very, very good. It was his best season in a number of seasons. So, and the NFL threw him a bone. They're playing the Chiefs in that NFL kickoff game, right? The Thursday night opener when the Chiefs are going to be raising the banner at Arrowhead. Like you usually give that to a marquee team. I guess the NFL thinks the Lions are going to be a marquee team this year.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Jahmyr Gibbs is able to accomplish at running back this year because I think they're potentially much better at running back than with DeAndre Swift last season. I'm not huge on David Montgomery at this point. He's surprisingly become a bit of an injury liability, but he does have bell cow capabilities. But Jahmyr Gibbs, I think, is deserving of somewhere from 15 to 20 touches a game, and he's going to make the most out of those touches too. You saw this at Alabama these last couple of years. I mean, that dude is a home run threat at just about any time in that game. And much like Bijan Robinson, who was the one running back taken ahead of him in April's draft, he's able to do it on the ground and then through the air too.
Yep, absolutely. All right, before we get to some of the least optimistic fan bases in the NFL going into this season, quick word for Altstat Brewery. Oh man, if you've never been out to the Altstat Brewery, you are missing out. It's the perfect day trip for the beer drinkers in your life. So much to do. Live music every weekend, an outdoor beer garden, a wedding/event venue. Of course, you get to see how the great beer is made, and you get plenty of samples along the way. They've got a German-style restaurant with great food. There's so much going on there. The place is massive. I'm telling you, if you're looking for something to do, maybe during a bye week, maybe during a road game weekend, go check out the Altstat Brewery. And in the meantime, get you some Altstat beer wherever you shop for beer all throughout the state of Texas, Central Texas, DFW, Houston, it doesn't matter. San Antonio, you can find Altstat beer, no impurities, no regrets. And a shout out to our friends at SendTexTickets.com. Speaking of sports, if you're looking for sports tickets, Centex Tickets has you covered. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, the NBA, NHL, Formula One, Major League Soccer, all the sports all year round. They have them on site at SendTexTickets.com. Thanks to both of them for their sponsorship of us here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Real quick, before we get to where we at in society, we'll do just the bottom three, the least optimistic fan bases in the NFL heading into this season. Trey, you care to guess?
Considering that damn near every prediction has them taking the first two picks in the upcoming NFL draft, the 2024 NFL draft, they have their pick, and they're also going to have the Texans' first round pick too, I believe, from that the DeAndre Hopkins trade. Arizona Cardinals as least confident.
No, and that was the Will Anderson draft day trade that netted the Cardinals the first round pick from the Texans. Now the Cardinals are like 10th from the bottom, surprisingly.
Well, people in Arizona just aren't paying attention then. I don't know. The Texans, I feel like Texans shouldn't be the least confident, but they've obviously been bad for a while.
The Texans are second to last.
Okay.
Yep, second to least confident on this list. And I was in Houston for the last couple of years. It does feel like there's more confidence surrounding the Texans than there has been in years, but still not a ton. And in the AFC, it's going to be tough for them to make a whole lot of noise. So they're not making the playoffs this year. I get why they're still towards the bottom of this list.
Commanders
are fourth from the bottom.
Okay.
So you need the least confident and the third least confident. You've got an NFC team and an AFC team.
Gosh, losing the Browns, just because Browns are such a tortured fan base, even though they look like they are better this year.
Nope. The Browns are, I don't even know where they are on this list. Are they even on this list? Oh, Browns are middle of the pack. Little lower than half.
Raiders?
One team almost made the playoffs last year. Literally going into the last week of the season, they had a chance to make it to the postseason if they won, but they didn't.
Packers?
I
don't know. You're going to have to tell me. I'm running out of names.
Yep. Yeah. You've guessed like 5 and there's 32, but it's okay. Tennessee is third to last. Titans, if they beat the Jags in that week 18 game with Josh Dobbs at quarterback, they would have made the playoffs instead of Jacksonville. Yep.
God, that was an ugly game to watch.
And the least confident fan base heading into 2023, the team that had the number 1 pick, even though they didn't have the worst record in football last year, the Carolina Panthers with Bryce Young, the least optimistic fan base in football.
Look, they're going to go through their growing pains this year, but they do have some nice players on offense, and that could be a fun passing attack to watch develop throughout the course of the season. Obviously, with Bryce Young at quarterback, they bring Adam Thielen in as a veteran presence in that wide receiver room. DJ Mingo has apparently been turning a lot of heads this preseason so far, so they do have some interesting pieces too, but they are also a bit scarred from the end of the Matt Rule era, so I certainly understand why folks in Carolina don't expect much out of their franchise this year.
So there you go. There is the recent study done on Twitter/X talking about the most and least confident fan bases in football going into this season. Trey, before we get to where are we at in society, why don't you tell our great listeners about the great chair that you're sitting in right now?
That's right. You can barely see it blending in with the dark brown bookshelf behind me, but that is a relax the back chair. Now, I didn't buy it from the store proper, but I did get it through the Mullet Open. My brother won the chair at the Mullet Open and charged me a couple $100 for it. At first, I was a little bit bitter because he had no plans to take this thing back to Houston with him, but ultimately it turned out to be one of the best $200 investments of my life. It is the most comfortable chair that I sit in my entire house. Tempted to just take it in the living room and just start sitting in this chair to watch television at night. I'm not going to, though. I don't think the wife would like that all that much. But Relax the Back is someplace I've been going to help out with my bad back for more than 15 years. I mean, it started out going there to find really good massage tools. You saw the S-Curve the other day. I've got the S-Curve and so many other things at my disposal when my back is acting up, which is unfortunately pretty regularly. I was actually on the Relax the Back website the other day, BK, looking at desks that will allow me to stand while you and I are doing this show, just to help the back that much more on certain days where remaining in that seated position is shortening the hip flexors and causing the back issues to flare up as well. Find out for yourself. Go to Relax the Back. They've got great furniture. They have great accessories and plenty more to help you feel as comfortable as humanly possible.
Amen. Amen to that. And shout out to Woods Comfort Systems as well. If something's wrong with the AC in your house, reach out to Woods Comfort Systems. They will take care of you. Celebrating 60 years of the best HVAC and plumbing services that you can find all throughout Central Texas. These guys at Woods Comfort Systems are dedicated to making sure that your home is comfortable for you and your family all year long. Check them out online at woodscomfortsystems.com or give them a call, 512-842-5066. Woods Comfort Systems, where comfort is our middle name.
All right, BK, we are down the stretch in today's show, which means it's time for...
Where are we at in society today?
That's right. It is your daily look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will give you a story that provides a sense of optimism that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. Perhaps all is not lost. But no, today is not that day, BK, as I get to the share screen for a side-by-side photo to help me out with today's story. I have to ask you, as a member of the tribe, have you heard of something called Jew face before?
I have not.
I hadn't either before 4 days ago, but apparently there is an enormous issue that is a tilt in Hollywood right now from Bradley Cooper, who is in the process. I guess he has already put this movie together, but is about to release a movie called Maestro in the next couple of weeks or months that is all about the life and times of renowned composer and conductor Leonard Bernstein. Now, a trailer and some stills have come out from this upcoming feature from Bradley Cooper that he not only directed but also starred in. And this is where the Jew face issue comes to play, because we know Hollywood has a long history of miscasting actors in roles for which they have no place. I mean, it started with the black minstrelsy shows going back before Hollywood was even really a thing in the late 1800s and early 1900s. But even when they were making movies, you had examples where white actors were playing black characters. Terrible look, especially in 2023. And that has continued in some form or fashion over the years. For instance, John Wayne played Genghis Khan back in, I don't know, the 1940s or 50s. John Wayne is not Mongolian, didn't really look all that Mongolian in the movie, sounded a lot like John Wayne, yet here we are. And there are other examples like that. Actually, John Wayne and then David Carradine, the human being, are examples of something called yellowface. So we have blackface, we have yellowface, and now we do have Jew face. That is because Bradley Cooper has decided to don, that's right, a prosthetic nose to get him closer to the actual look of Leonard Bernstein. Let me try and pull this picture up if I can. All right, Bradley Cooper. Here we go. This is the picture right here. Can you see that one? So there's Bradley Cooper on the right. You have Leonard Bernstein on the left. The nose looks very similar, but people
Does it?
Bradley, yeah, it does. It does look pretty similar. Leonard Bernstein had a very distinct nose, but people were upset not because he's trying to look like Bernstein, but because of the stereotype that Jewish people have large noses. Now, you're a Jewish guy. I've never thought to myself, wow, he's got an enormous nose. So I think that assuming that somebody is Jewish because they have a large nose in and of itself, also a stereotype that people who are so upset about this are guilty of. But I do have to ask you, are you offended at all that Bradley Cooper has put on a nose prosthetic to look more like Leonard Bernstein?
Not at all.
Good.
I'm just offended that nose is not that close to the Bernstein nose. Like those two pictures don't have that similar of noses.
Yeah, it's not a great angle, I admit, but it's the only angle that I have from the Slate article. But Bradley Cooper has taken some heat for this, and there are people who have also come to his defense and said, look, this is not that big of a deal. And it does beg a question of how close you need to get to the character that you're actually playing in order to play that character, right? Like if there is a major difference in ethnic makeup, you probably need to be pretty careful about that one. Like Scarlett Johansson trying to play an Asian character a few years ago in a movie, and I don't think that movie ever even came out. I think it ended up getting nixed before that happened. That's a bit of a stretch. But for Bradley Cooper to go from Gentile to Jewish guy, I think we need to be okay with this one, right?
He's acting. It's all good. He is acting, and he's trying to act like this guy who had a big nose. They want him to look like the guy who had a big nose. So, yeah, I've got no problem with it, man. I got a hunch that most Jewish people don't have a problem with this too. Like Bucky and I were talking about this earlier. It feels like usually the people who get most offended by stuff are not the people who could be the ones offended, right? Like the ones who are actually being quote unquote attacked or portrayed. That's a better word. Attacked is a bad word. Portrayed by what's going on. It's usually other people being offended, quote unquote, on behalf of other people. I just saw a headline that says like Jewish organizations are not nearly as upset about this as the internet seems to be. So I'm good with it, man. Jew face. Yeah, no, that Bradley Cooper, you've got my permission to wear a fake nose in a movie. You're good.
All right. BK has given the Jew face permission to Bradley Cooper. That is great to hear. I do have to ask this question, though, because one of the more recent examples of this sort of thing in Hollywood was actually mocking Hollywood's willingness to go to these links. And that would be one of the all-time great comedies, Tropic Thunder. I believe it was a 2009 film where Robert Downey Jr. plays a character who is playing a black character in the war movie that's being made. There have been a lot of people that have come out in the last 5 years and said that there's no way that Tropic Thunder could be made in modern times. I actually disagree with that because it was such a blatant satire that was making fun of the act itself. And I think I actually have the actors themselves backing it up now too, because apparently there are talks for a Tropic Thunder 2. So this is a two-parter for you now. Could Tropic Thunder be made in 2023? And how willing would you be to consider even going to the theater, which is something you never do anymore, to watch Tropic Thunder 2?
Well, we're coming up on 1:00 for Chip and Zay. Should we bring them in and ask them as we hand it over on Texas Sports Unfiltered?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go. Chip, there's Zay. I don't know if y'all heard what we were talking about, fellas, but Tropic Thunder 2. Are you guys in favor of that?
The first one was I thought Tom Cruise stole the show. Ben Stiller, he was all right. Robert Downey Jr. As a black man, I was not offended, but it just wasn't very good for me. Like I don't know. It just wasn't very good. I feel like Robert Downey Jr. has done better work, but hey, I don't mind it. Tropic Thunder 2, maybe it'll be better than the first one. But yeah, Tom Cruise, he's the one that stole the show in that movie.
I think Tropic Thunder needs to just live on. We don't need to try to sequelize that one. Just let that one carry the torch.
Because you always run the risk of Caddyshack 2.
Exactly.
Try and pull off a sequel to a great original.
Exactly.
There's a Caddyshack 2?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, don't waste your time.
Run far away from that if you ever see it on cable. It is atrocious. But the flip side of that is Terminator 2, which was way better than the original. So I don't know. If you get the right people in place and everybody commits themselves to actually going full throttle, and you don't try and make it too much like the original, like you can do some callbacks to the original, but you got to make it its own thing too. It's the reason why something like Cobra Kai has been so good these last few years. Like they'll play with the past a little bit, but it's also its own project in a lot of ways too.
All right, fellas, we out. We got to get our show going. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate the cross talk, but it is time to get after it. Chip and Zay, welcome in, you crazy kids. Welcome to, the place to be, Texas Sports Unfiltered. Our man, Brad Kellner, you saw him in that last little box right there. Heck, he was an intern when I was, telling everybody happiness is a choice. In the immortal words of the great Judy Brown, I like to start things off that way to remind people that if you're down in the dumps, just kind of pick your way out of it, because happiness is a choice. Don't let anyone rule you, rule your feelings, rule how you feel about yourself. Just do you. And that's kind of what Zay and I are doing right here from 1 to 3. You know what I'm saying? Zay, what's up, my man?
Chip, what's happening, man? Great to be back for episode 2. Yesterday was great and ready for another good one.
Episode 2. I know. We're like newborn babies here. Welcome in. Congratulate us on our birth of our little show here. Chip and Zay, man.
But before we get started, because I've been listening to Buck and BK and Trey and BK and stuff. And BK, man, I don't know how we should feel, Chip, about investing so much in Brad when he's out here with his cousin betting on NFL preseason games. See, I don't know if I should be concerned.
He's a stone cold degenerate. You bet on NFL preseason games, you are a stone cold degenerate.
Oh, you're in a place, man. You're in a place. Love BK, but man, and I get it. I get why he did it. He bet on the Ravens Commanders game last night, and the Ravens, as we talked about with Sam Cosmi yesterday, the Ravens were 24-0 up to that point. So you would think history would repeat itself, and they would go 25-0, but that did not happen. The Commanders got the dub, and I guess.
Oh yeah, Magic Johnson was tweeting out. Magic Johnson was tweeting out because he's one of the new owners of the Commanders. He was like, "Hey, ending that Ravens winning streak in the preseason sure was fun." I was like, "Go, Magic, man! Do whatever you got to do to stir up some hype, get some love going, get the circle of trust going. If it takes beating the Ravens in an NFL preseason game for everybody to throw their hands in the air like they don't care, then let's go."
Yeah, Magic, he's always been a happy fellow, which with everything that he's gone through, the fact that he's still able to be happy is very, enlightening. But I remember
92, we thought he was a goner.
Exactly. You thought he was gone. And
he looks great.
Oh, he looks amazing. Traveling on vacation with Samuel Jackson and his wife and Michael Jordan. And we know the type of businessman he is. But just remember watching different types of Magic Johnson documentaries. And he could get a little bit overexcited for a very basic game. Like you saw him tweeting yesterday for that preseason game. The very first game of his NBA career, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar hit a game-winning skyhook against the then San Diego Clippers. And Magic was hugging Kareem like they won one of their first rings. So, Magic, he's a different type of fella. And, it's good to embrace everything, even preseason games, even though some of us, like myself, don't give a rat's crap about them.
Oh, yeah.
So,
you know what I'm doing right now?
What are you doing?
I'm telling everybody to come get it right now. Chip and Zay. on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app.
There we go.
I'm just making sure that everybody knows where they're going, making sure that they're coming in, playing
subscribe,
playing our song.
everything.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. So before we get going, Chip, because we kind of touched on this yesterday when we were leaving the show, your weekend was very eventful. Like you had on Sunday, well, first you got to meet my lovely wife, and it was nice coming over to your house. Eleanor, she's absolutely amazing, and Tiger, that's my guy too. But you on Sunday got to play golf with the manager of the Texas Longhorn baseball team, David Pierce, which not too many people do. We know you're very exclusive in what you do since you've been around so long and done such a great job. But not too many people can say they played golf with the skipper. How was that? How was your game? How was his game?
Well, I'm sure you're going to start calling me Great Hills Brown, which has been tossed out there. But listen, I joined Great Hills when it was cheap. Now it's all fancy and bougie, like you like to say. And so somehow, some way, there was a Texas baseball NIL dinner at the club. And I was invited to go. And all of a sudden, David Pierce is there, Steve Rodriguez, one of the assistant coaches, Chris Gordon, the pitching analytics coach, and David Pierce lets it be known he's never played at the club. I was like, well, hell, I'll invite you to play. How about Sunday? And he's like, you know what? Let's do it. So we played golf, and he's good stick. I mean, you would think a baseball guy, good swing, and it was fun. It was fun. We had a good time. I did anyway. He may never talk to me again, but it was fun by my book, and hopefully we'll get after it again. And he's fired up about Texas baseball. And, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday, Zay, and David Pierce is going to be his own pitching coach. And, he gets that he's tough for pitching coaches because there's a certain way he wants things done. And for him to get it that way, he's going to have to do it himself. And so he's down for it. He's betting on himself. He's done it a long time. He was the pitching coach for Wayne Graham at Rice when Rice was a national power, going to the World Series, beating the Texas Longhorns in 2003. But he's good with that. And of course, the funniest line was about Troy Tulowitzki, because Troy Tulowitzki's back. He's director of player development. He said, people keep coming up to me saying, what's Troy Tulowitzki's title going to be? And he said, Troy Tulowitzki. Like, he's just Troy Tulowitzki. Like, he is baseball. He eats, drinks, and sleeps it. Whatever you need from him, he'll give it to you. But there's no title for him other than Troy Tulowitzki. So
yeah,
I think he feels good about that.
Yeah, I remember Tulowitzki during his Rockies days playing that shortstop position. And if it wasn't for injuries, then he might be in Copenhagen. He had a lot of nicks and knacks, but when he was out there, he was top tier, gold glove type guy. And how could you not want to listen to somebody with that type of background? Because that's where all these kids want to be once you get to the 40 acres. And we know how iconic Texas baseball is. But once you get there, everybody wants to get to the show. And you got to listen to guys like Troy Tulowitzki because he's been there and done that. So that's cool that you got to play golf with Pierce. It's interesting that you said his swing is good, because usually I've heard that baseball players, when they try to play golf, it's a different swing and they try to do the same type of thing, same type of mechanics and stuff. And that could get it all messed up and get things a little bit fuzzy. But seems like the skipper, he could really go.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be interesting. I think he likes the talent that he's brought in the portal, Will Mercer, big, strong lefty from Notre Dame, and got some guys, young guys back. Jalen Flores, some of the young sticks who were starting to emerge at the end of last year. And you got Tanner Witt and LeBaron Johnson back as a pretty good 1-2 punch. So
if Tanner Witt could get that confidence back, man, that would be huge.
Yeah. And I think that's, part of what David Pierce, part of the reason he wants to be the pitching coach is, he wants to help get Tanner Witt right, get him back, get him right. And, Pierce has a way of going about it. And so he's going to bet on himself. And, he said he wanted them to be good early and great late last year. And they were. I mean, if Stanford has better lights in their outfield, Texas wins that game and they're moving on, to the College World Series, but it didn't work that way. It's baseball, as Augie used to say. It's baseball. So the ball bounces, the heartbreak of the game. It's a game of failure, all that. When you strike out 7 of 10 times and they call it a good day, that's the way it goes. So it's going to be fun to see how Pierce gets it done. But I think, he's gone to the College World Series 3 times. He's 12-0 in regional play the last 4 years. Like, he hasn't lost a game. And people are like, oh, David Pierce, is he on the hot seat? No, he's not on the hot seat. The guy's doing a good job of evaluating talent and developing it. That team was gutsy and tough last year, man. They rallied from some tough spots. They rallied to beat West Virginia in a sweep at home to get the number 1 seed in the, Big 12 tournament and share the Big 12 regular season crown. So, and that was with a whole new coaching staff, 9 newcomers, more newcomers than that, but 9 that they counted on. And so it, I think the guy he's even keel, and that's what the players need. And so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it was a fun weekend. I mean, it was fun having you over to the house.
Yo, hey, your lady's lasagna, Chip, serious. She put her foot in that thing, toenails and all. It was serious. Everything was good.
Okay, good.
Everything was good. I had a great time, and it was nice meeting your family and being over at the Brown household. But yeah, man, we got some sports to talk today. Definitely on Chip and Zay, Texas Sports Unfiltered. Kelvin Banks and Xavier Worthy, they were nominated for AP preseason All-American honors for the second team. And Jalen Ford, he was nominated for the Sporting News preseason All-American team, the second team. All 3 of those guys were expecting to have big-time seasons. We know Xavier Worthy has a big chip on his shoulder because his freshman year, great. Last year, it was a roller coaster. And now that he's healthy and with all these wide receivers that he has around him, they can't focus on him. Defensive coordinators and these defenses, they can't focus on him like they did last year. And we know Kelvin Banks had a just monumental freshman season coming in. We expect him to be a first-round pick in the 2025 draft. And then you got Jalen Ford, who, again, has another chip on his shoulder because he wasn't Defensive Player of the Year. With all those double-digit tackle games, he did not get that nomination. So all 3 of those guys, I expect to have big-time seasons and help lead this team to where they want to be, and that's to a Big 12 championship and giving themselves an opportunity to play for the college football playoff.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll start with Xavier Worthy. I think this guy is he's a talent. I think he's feeling it. He's feeling, the presence of A.D. Mitchell in a good way. Like, A.D. Mitchell's going to help Xavier Worthy get open, and that's going to be fun. And Steve Sarkisian has said we can move Xavier Worthy around, and defenses are going to have a hard time doubling him because you can play him in the slot, you can play him outside. If A.D. Mitchell is as good as we all think he is, then the defense is going to have to shade toward A.D. Mitchell. I mean, guy's 6'4", and he runs like the wind. Everyone says he's a big guy who moves like a small guy, from twitchiness and just footwork, getting separation at the line of scrimmage to, just the way that he can, flip his hips and get defensive backs off balance. So, and then the contested catch part of it. I mean, I'm telling you, Zay, I think Quinn Ewers is going to fall in love with number 5 because he can just throw it up there and he knows his guy's going to go get it. The numbers could be interesting this year. I mean, it would not shock me if AD Mitchell leads this team in receiving yards, maybe receiving touchdowns, if not receptions. I mean, Worthy's probably still going to lead in receptions, but I could see where AD Mitchell leads in yards and touchdown catches. We'll see. Sarkisian's put up some prolific, gaudy numbers in the passing game when he's got the kind of skill talent that he's got this year. And so I think we could see like crazy jumps in numbers for Quinn Ewers, and maybe the numbers get spread around the receivers. I don't know that we have, Jordan Shipley's single season record getting in jeopardy, 114 receptions, but you never know when an offense gets into a rhythm, when a quarterback gets into a rhythm, and maybe the pass is setting up the run and you've got that flow going, the numbers can go crazy. And so I'm not going to make any crazy predictions today, but I do think that Xavier Worthy's going to have a lot better, more enjoyable season this year than he had last year when he was kind of the guy. He wasn't kind of the guy. He was the guy, 17 targets in that Oklahoma State game, 4 catches. But I think you look at Kelvin Banks Jr., all you hear is this guy comes to work every day pissed off, every day with a chip on his shoulder, every day determined to get better, and he's going to take it out on somebody. And I mean, you listen to those defensive ends and they're like, man, Kelvin Banks is a handful. Why? Because he doesn't overreact. He doesn't lean. He doesn't get off balance, man. He waits. He's like Chuck Norris. He doesn't sleep. He waits. He waits for you to make the wrong step, and then he's going to either shove you to the side or he's going to, put his big, long left arm in your chest, and you're going to be like, ugh, where am I going? Nowhere. And that dude, I tell this story, Zay, and I'll shut up and listen in a minute. But
no, hey, go ahead.
But Kelvin Banks, his high school, he was on a team that was trying to, do some damage in the playoffs. The program hadn't been, incredible. And so they had an offensive lineman who was not, we'll just say he's the weakest link, okay, on this offensive line, but they needed him to be everything he could be. And so Kelvin Banks down there at Humble Summer Creek would go to lunch every day in the coach's office with this offensive guard who maybe wasn't the most athletic or the most talented offensive lineman, and would pump him up and make him think he was Zach Martin. And by God, they did damage in the playoffs. And the coach at Humble Summer Creek told me Kelvin Banks willed our offensive line to keep us alive in the playoffs. And that's the kind of guy this is. Last year at fall camp, Jordan Whittington drops a pass and there's big 78 running down the field. It's okay. We'll get him next time. And Jordan Whittington's like, who's this freshman telling me it's going to be okay? I love this guy, and then he gets out there and he's better than advertised. And that was what was so amazing, is that he gets up there against Alabama. He's going toe to toe with Will Anderson, with Dallas Carter. He doesn't give up a sack to Will Anderson. He doesn't give up a sack to Felix Anudike-Uzomah, to Will McDonald, or to Tyree Wilson, all guys who were drafted in the first round last year. And you ask him about that, and he's like, that was a good experience. I learned a lot. And you're like, wow. No time for celebration.
Yeah, it was just
What'd
a
you
good
learn? What'd you
experience
learn?
taking it to Will Anderson. It was nothing. It was
yeah.
nothing.
What'd you learn? What'd you learn, Calvin? Oh, you know what? I learned different guys have different moves, and I gotta wait for those moves and know how to neutralize them. And you're like, man, this dude is ahead of his years. He's gonna be in the NFL a long time.
Yeah, I completely agree. I haven't seen any mock drafts for 2025. It's probably too early to see him, but I really wouldn't be surprised if he was a top 5 pick. I mean, he's just well beyond his years when it comes to his maturity, kind of like you said, like just coming in. I remember the Bijan Robinson story where Bijan tried to joke with him during weightlifting, and Kelvin just looked at him like, yo, bro, I'm getting this work in. You better get it in too.
Yeah,
like,
that's the other one. Bijan comes in, he's like, hey, we ready to get our sweat on? And Banks is like, do you see me working? Do you see me already full of sweat? Do you see this?
Yeah, this is what I do.
Cool. Okay, carry on, big man. Carry on.
Exactly. This is what he does. And it's crazy because this offensive line, they got some dudes. And, with Christian Jones coming back, I thought he had a very good season last year. So him coming back, that just adds more to this offensive line. You think about guys like Cole Hudson and Jake Majors and Hayden Connor, and hell, even DJ Campbell, I heard, has been very good.
DJ Campbell is your starting right guard.
Really?
Yeah, he is. We know that Sarkisian and Kyle Flood love large humans. Well, DJ Campbell's 343 pounds and he can move. Now, if he gets tired, they'll bring in Cole Hudson. Cole Hudson, though, has been training a lot at center. He's right now the lead backup to Jake Majors at center. And, Cole's a bigger dude, but Cole Hudson can play left guard, center, and right guard. DJ Campbell can only play right guard. And so they're fine with that. He's big. He's right next to Christian Jones. They've got to get better on the interior. They feel like DJ Campbell can be a road grader, run blocker. And man, he's getting tested by this Texas defensive line, but that's the move. And Hayden Connor. I mean, Kyle Flood talked about how Hayden Connor is like totally remade his body. He's more athletic. He's been doing yoga. He's trying to stretch. You doing yoga, Zay? You got some yoga going over there?
I'm the least flexible guy you ever meet in your life. I need to. I should get on some yoga, but
yeah, you can get
or any
flexible.
any type of meditation or something like that. I need to look into, because that definitely could help me now that I'm getting older and older, and those bones aren't what they used to be. So you're right.
I stretch. I gotta stretch. If I'm gonna keep playing tennis and golf, I gotta stretch, or I'm gonna be like soft tissue injury hell.
Yeah. You got.
But I'll say this: careful. Xavier Worthy, he said that it was kind of getting to him. He was looking at social media last year. People were getting on him for the drops, and he said his mom told him to get into some meditation, and so he would meditate. Sometimes he would meditate on the field at DKR by himself in empty stadium. And he would, do the breathing and the stuff that kind of helps you take your mind off your worries.
Yeah, because it was brutal for him when it came to social media, just everybody getting after him. And it was tough. After the Alamo Bowl, it was tough. And there was a lot of speculation on if Xavier Worthy would return to the University of Texas for this 2023 season, because we know all the money that's getting thrown around now and NIL. And, you talked about the money that Malik Murphy was promised at the University of Florida, which we'll get to Florida later on a different topic. But yeah, man, you just never know. And I salute Xavier Worthy for understanding that, hey, I didn't have my best year. A lot of that was due to not being healthy. And I know him and Quinn Ewers are roommates, but it seemed like they were sharing clothes the way that Quinn Ewers would just focus on him during the game. It's like, man, we got anybody else on the field we could throw to? Because that number 13, I mean, he was a 13 last year, but that number 13, Jordan Whittington, he can play a little bit. If you get him the ball, he can show you a little something. 0,
Yeah, and that part of
Sanders, same with him.
Yeah, and that part of Quinn Ewers' game will take off this year. You know, he did not see his checkdowns last year. He did not see the field the way that he'll see it this year. And Major Applewhite, I'll never forget these words. Major Applewhite said, once a quarterback learns the power of the check down, they immediately become a better quarterback. He said that's what happened for him. And, of course, he was dumping it to Ricky Williams, which is not bad. But
that might be your first option most of the time. Well,
that's the thing. There was Bijan Robinson and Roschon Johnson over and over again, sitting there in the flats, just waiting. And the ball's going downfield to Xavier Worthy. Sometimes it was a hit. A lot of times it was a miss. And Quinn Ewers will see those underneath guys. He should. That's the big step for the second-year quarterback is, let me do a quick read of my progression. Okay, it's not there. Check down. Don't scale the pocket like Dak and keep, 5, 6 hitch, 7 hitch, and then force it in, get it intercepted. I mean, either take off running or hit your check down. And so I do think that Quinn Ewers will improve on that. And that could result in some better receiving numbers for the running backs. Bijan had crazy good receiving numbers last year. He had the best yards per catch average of all the top receivers. He averaged 16.3 yards per catch. I'm throwing it to him.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Make one guy miss, and I'm down the field. The sticks are moving. I'm making those chains move. The drive's continuing. And that's what they need.
There's just too many weapons.
They need that.
Right. You're right. And there's just too many weapons to focus on one guy. There's just too many to focus on one guy. And when you have like JT Sanders, it's crazy that, with this wide receiver room, Chris Jackson coming over from Jacksonville, but you look at JT Sanders and what he's going to bring to the table. Again, after Brock Bowers, I expect him to be the next tight end taken in the draft because he's that good. He's that big of a freak. And we all know for a quarterback, your security blanket can be that tight end because they're just such a big target and he's so damn athletic. Like, how can you not want to throw his way? But yeah, I'm with you. Like those running backs from, Keelan Robinson and all those guys, Jonathan Brooks, all those guys, once they make their chip on whoever's coming, get out there in the flats and catch the ball and make something happen. Those, 5-yard games, turn those into 20, 30-yard games. Like you're going to need those if you want to be successful, which we know this team can be with the roster that they have. But yeah, Xavier Worthy, I felt for him last year. I really did, especially after you heard about his hand situation. Like it was tough. It was a very tough year for him. And, we talk about, Sark talked about his big 3 wide receivers that kind of separate themselves from everyone else, which I'm sure he's talking about Xavier Worthy, Jordan Whittington, and A.D. Mitchell. But Casey Kane, he had his moments last year. And I don't know where he's going to fit in the rotation, but when you got guys like him and Jonte Cook and Isaiah Nayor, which, hopefully he's 100%. Is that what you've been hearing? Isaiah Nayor, he's been 100%, looking good, taking hits and stuff. So, that's huge. That's huge because we knew what he was supposed to be coming out of Wyoming last year. And the fact that he got hurt with that ACL injury, that was a huge setback for that 2022 team. Huge one. And we saw it all year long. So this year, with all that depth that you have on that wide receiver position, even if something happens, you have somebody that Sark and this coaching staff, Chris Jackson and them, are comfortable with bringing in. And I think that's very promising.
I love it. We got Barry 88 is great Sorrell listening into the show. And I don't know if Barry is related to Barron, but if so, Barry 88 is great. Sorrell's promising double-digit sacks. And I know that Baron Sorrell's looking for double-digit sacks. No doubt about it. Larry.
It could happen.
Oh, yeah. Larry
happen.
Trevino, listening or watching on the YouTube channel, submits Jonathan Brooks on offense and Jere Bledsoe are my breakouts on both sides of the ball. Hook 'em. And Jere Bledsoe, Zay, is a guy who's very interesting. He is 6'4", 272 pounds, and he can do a standing backflip.
Stop it.
He's got bend. He's talking about crazy flexible. And he didn't see a path to playing time last year, and I think he got a little frustrated. Maybe he needed to mature a little bit, but the coaches are seeing that from him. And everybody talks about this kid's crazy bend and athletic ability. And man, he seems like you've got all those defensive linemen who will be draft eligible after this year. Only Tavondre Sweat definitely has to move on. The others, Byron Murphy, Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, could do a COVID year if they wanted. But Jere Bledsoe looks like he's going to be part of the mix. We know Sadir Mitchell, the big, 300 and 35-pound freshman who is down from 354, by the way. And we know Sadir Mitchell's going to be part of it. He's going to be the one technique. But Jere Bledsoe, man, if that guy could develop into a slippery 3 technique or flash out to a 5 technique, rush the passer a little bit with that bend, man, I'm watching for big 94. Jere Bledsoe, he's a guy who's starting to put it together for sure. Okay.
You got about...
Look at this, Zay. Barry 88 is great. Sorrell. Baron is his son. Hey, Pops.
What up, Pops?
We appreciate you. Appreciate you tuning in to Chip and Zay, where we're going to be talking a whole heck of a lot of Longhorns football. That's for sure. And Barry, congrats, man. Congrats on Baron, because that dude is put together. So I know he must have gotten it from his pops, because man, Baron Sorrell is one of the most impressive physical, getting off the bus. You're like, oh my, it's going to be a long night.
Yeah.
Baron Sorrell. I love that.
Always talks about that getting off the bus factor during his coaching days, and how he used to see guys walking into the stadium, and that would give him a kind of feel on how that day was going to be. When Ohio State jumped off the bus back in the Illinois days, he would kind of perk up like, okay, this is different. They look different than us. So when you got guys like Baron Sorrell, that's big for the intimidation factor. But, as far as the whole defensive line goes, when it comes to those interior linemen that are going to make things a lot easier for the edge rushers, that's kind of the question mark that you have with this team. We know Baron Sorrell, good. We know that he's good. We know that he's going to be in the mix. We know that he's starting for sure. But Sark talked about it yesterday, how Ethan Burke, blue-collar guy, he's coming along. Justice Finkley, another guy that talk about looking good coming off the bus. What is he going to be able to bring to the table for this team? Jamon Tapp, all those guys, will they be ready to bring something different to this squad? Because this was a team last year that was top 5 in pressures, but they weren't top 5 in getting that quarterback down, which I know that is a little underachieving for this team. But hey, going into this year, I think they could get there, especially with how good this interior linemen are. And I think that's going to make things a lot easier for those edge rushing guys. So, yeah, I'm very excited to see what Sark throws out there for the edge rushers with Pete Kwiatkowski. And, you could do a lot. There's a lot of guys that are very versatile that can make things happen. And, yeah, shout out to Chris Bennett. He said Alfred Collins is in contract year mode, because this is it. I don't know if he has a COVID year or not, but it seems like this is it for Alfred Collins. And, you know, all the hype that he had coming out of that Bastrop area as a big-time fall 5-star just hasn't been able to put it together. But you're hearing all the right things, and he's bought into what Bo Davis has been preaching out there. And I think we're going to see a different Alfred Collins this season in 2023 than we've seen throughout his whole tenure at the University of Texas.
Oh yeah, there was that one quarter, the first quarter of the Alamo Bowl against Colorado, and AC like made this crazy athletic falling backwards interception. He stuffed a play on third down. I mean, it looked like he was going to take over the game, and then presto changeo, coaching change, new coaching staff. It was his third defensive coordinator in 3 years. I think a lot of guys, I heard Tavondre Sweat was frustrated, you know, because they'd learn a defense, they'd learn the way this coach wanted it done, and then boom, new defensive coordinator, new style, new technique. You're playing more in the 4-eye. No, you're going to be playing the 3 technique. And they just were like, can we just settle in on something? And now you got Bo Davis, year 3, Pete Kwiatkowski. Everybody's in the system. They know it. They're comfortable with it. They should be. And that should result in added performance and better results. And that stuff matters. I mean, people are like, fire him, fire that coach. We need a new coach. We need a new play caller. Okay. Do you understand how hard it is for these, like, to digest an entire new set of terminology and plays? Okay, the tight end in this terminology is not Y, it's, you know, Cobra or what. I mean, it's like, it takes a while, and then you have to earn the coach's trust, and you got to get comfortable with the quarterback. The quarterback's got to get comfortable with the system. It's just, it can be a never-ending cycle. And so when you can bring in a coach and he can maintain his coaching staff like Sarkisian has, he's the play caller on offense. Pete Kwiatkowski's the play caller on defense. Same guys, 3 straight years. Texas hasn't had that since Mac Brown. I mean, it's been ridiculous.
It's been a minute.
I mean, Charlie Strong changed out offensive coordinators in his 3 years. Tom Herman changed out, his Herman changed out his defensive coordinator, went from Todd Orlando to Chris Ash, and then, in came Sarkisian. So that stuff matters. That consistency is a very important part of a player's confidence, because by the 3rd year, they can tell the young players, this is exactly how we do it. Then all the players are the coaches. And it's not just you're relying on the coaches. You really can be a player-led team, and that's the model and the blessing of consistency. And we'll see. We'll see if it takes off in a big way for Texas this year. So I think and there's the Jay Ward jumps in, says that stuff gets old. It's a good thing fan bases don't make the hiring and firing decisions. We'd have a new coach every game. Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I got some tough critics here.
Yeah.
If you're a Texas fan, got some tough critics. But the last person that we mentioned that got nominated for the Sporting News preseason All-American team, Jalen Ford, which well-deserved. He's the heart and soul of this defense, the leader. And I expect him to have another bounce-back season. I mean, not bounce-back season, but another big-time season. And, a lot of that had to do with how good Demarion Overshone was, his partner in crime. And now going into this year with the question marks that you have at that other linebacker position, what's that going to be like for Jalen Ford? Is he going to be able to still play freely with all the responsibility that he has? Is he going to still be able to do what we saw in 2022 if somebody isn't as experienced or as good as a Demarion Overshone, who got selected this year's draft by the Dallas Cowboys? And we heard that Leona LaFau has been playing his ass off lately. Sark mentioned him yesterday in his presser. We all know the hype that Anthony Hill gets, but we always hear that Anthony Hill, like his motor's right, just he doesn't do everything correct all the time, which that's what you could expect as a blue chip freshman coming in. Like there's going to be some learning curves for that, but
yeah, and they're putting Anthony Hill in a position to just go get the passer, which is what they did with him early in his sophomore year at Denton Ryan. Before he learned all the nuances of playing middle linebacker and weak side linebacker and all the responsibilities that he had to have, all the checks and reads, they just had him chase the passer. And that's, I think, what Texas is doing too. They're putting him in a position where it's like, you shoot a gap, we're going to put you on the right side. We're going to let you shoot between the tackles, or we're going to put you on the left side. And you just go, here's your matchup. There's the weak link. Go get it. And this kid just has a knack for it. And as far as Jalen Ford, Zay, the thing that is crazy, go back and watch his first game against ULM, Louisiana Monroe. I don't know if he had one tackle, but against Alabama, there's a 3rd and 9 in the second quarter, and Jalen Ford blitzes and gets the sack. And from that moment on, his season blew up. It was like he needed that play to just free his mind and to trust his training and his confidence. And the coaches were always telling him, dude, you're a good player. Like, you need to be more confident. You're ready. You're there. Just turn it loose. And by God, that sack of Bryce Young in the second quarter against Alabama, go back and look at his numbers. I mean, go look at every play-by-play. He was doing nothing. I mean, not nothing, but that 3rd and 9 sack in the second quarter, it's about midway through the second quarter, that set his season on fire. And then it was, interceptions and recovered fumbles and forced fumbles. And, 4 interceptions led the team. 3 forced fumbles led the team. And the guy just became this confident, playmaking, always in the right place, middle linebacker. And he studies, that the guys I don't worry about are the guys who study they love to study film. Guys like Jalen Catalon, Jalen Ford, Jaron Thompson. These guys know what they're looking for. And so they're playing faster because they know what keys to read. And that's going to be fun to watch with Jalen Ford. I mean, he's a guy, he's a humble guy. And it was funny because it was an assistant coach at Denton Ryan who helped identify Jalen Ford in recruiting. It's crazy. In fact, it was a guy, Alex Delatorre's dad is the defensive coordinator at Denton Ryan, and said, have you all looked at Jalen Ford at Lakeview Centennial? That dude can get it done. And by God, Texas offered him, and his only offer at that point was, Frisco Lone Star. Jalen Ford's from Frisco Lone Star, and the only offer he had was from Utah, and he was committed to Utah. And Texas came in and said, okay, we're ready. We're ready now, Jalen.
Yeah.
You ready for us?
Yeah.
And he blew up.
Yeah. Yeah, you could just tell his confidence seeing him at Big 12 Media Day in Arlington. Like, you could tell that he really is enthusiastic and prideful of being the leader of this defense, especially with all the guys that were leaders last year that left on both sides of the ball. Rojo, Bijan, and definitely DeMarion Overshown, like Jalen Ford, him and Jaron Thompson, and guys like Byron Murphy. And, I expect them to be the leaders of this team. And those guys, I think they could definitely get it done. So, yeah, you're right. I'm not worried about Jalen Ford. David Benda, it seems like he might have the upper hand on the rest of the linebacker roster to be that other guy opposite of Jalen Ford. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah. I mean, I think David Benda, 5th-year senior, who has looked at Jalen Ford and said, man, if that dude can break out in his 3rd year, Why can't I break out in my 5th year now that DeMarvion Overshown, is in the NFL? And so David Benda, talking to Steve Sarkisian the other day, he talked about how intense this guy is, how prepared he is, how hard working he is, how he's become more of a vocal leader. I expect him to be the guy at weak side linebacker in the opener against Rice. And then they'll see. I mean, I'm hearing that it could be Benda, Mo Blackwell's definitely going to rotate in there, and Anthony Hill's definitely going to rotate in there, and then they'll kind of evaluate from there. But I think Benda's the first guy out there, and if he's tearing it up, you don't take him off the field. But I think all those guys, Benda, Mo Blackwell, Anthony Hill, all having a good camp. All right, Zay, I'm going to try something today. We do actually have a bit of a show clock, and I know some people are like, man, these guys are just talking, and we love to talk. Don't get us wrong. But let's take a moment to thank some of our sponsors. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. Absolutely.
I mean, whether it's All Stat Beer, my man Tom McKay at Audiovisual Consultations, Relax the Back, 7-Eleven, Top Gun. Come on. Kidding me?
Yeah. Yep. Shout out to Woods AC and Repair Plumbing Services. Shout out to those guys. They do a good job. I know they hook Bucky Gobble up. Now, Chip, you a 7-Eleven guy? Like I'm like, when you go to 7-Eleven,
All day.
you have a go-to? Yeah,
I'm a Slurpee.
I've always been. Man. Oh man. Now,
I wish I
won.
I wish I could
mix it up?
quit. Yeah, no, I get, and I'm trying to get smaller with my Slurpees because I just see all that frozen goodness, and I'm like, oh, give me that 32 ounce,
Yeah.
And then I'm all fired up and hyped up. I'm like, Chip, I'm gonna come at you like I'm all hopped up on Mountain Dew. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, I bet you the Mountain Dew Slurpee is good as hell.
Oh, that's so good. That's a sneaky good Slurpee. What's your favorite Slurpee?
I'm pretty OG with it. Give me a good cherry, but usually I like to mix them all.
Yeah.
I'm not a Coke guy, but as far as like the fruit ones, like the cherries, and if they just have different flavors, I'll mix them all together, man. And with this heat and triple digits and stuff, it's a necessity.
It's a necessity.
It's a necessity.
I got to have it.
Yeah, man. All that trying to cut back and stuff. Nah, it's too serious. So I have to go all in on my Slurpee game. But yeah, man, I should probably cut back too, but that's probably not going to happen anytime soon.
Okay, so for our show clock, typically maybe sort of kind of eventually at 1:45-ish, we might do some Do You Care headlines. So Zay, I know you had a couple, but I do want to ask you this. So much has been talked about Dak Prescott this offseason for the Dallas Cowboys, led or tied for the lead in interceptions last year with Davis Mills of the Houston Texans with 15 interceptions. Are you buying Dak Prescott as a new and improved quarterback in 2023 with Mike McCarthy calling the plays, allegedly?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Mike McCarthy, we're going to see their chemistry, Dak Prescott and the head coach who's now calling the shots. We know it went south with Big Mike in Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers. And, I think Dak Prescott's a little bit more coachable than Aaron Rodgers at that point. But if you go watch Hard Knocks, you might think different. But yeah, I thought last year, Dak Prescott, I thought he definitely forced some things. And if you go look at all those interceptions, some weren't his fault. You go back to that Jacksonville Jaguars game where it was a pick six towards the end, like that got bobbled. I want to say it was in Michael Gallup's hands and ricocheted off those thumbs and somebody else's on the opposing team. And you saw a lot of that with the Dallas Cowboys. So, bringing guys over like Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore on the defensive side, Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, they've done the right things. they've made some very good moves. And I thought Mozzie Smith was a very good pick coming out of Michigan to plug up some holes at that nose tackle position. But yeah, they have as much talent as anybody in the league, even somebody like the San Francisco 49ers, which on both sides, they got all pros and pro bowlers everywhere. But yeah, just thinking about Trayvon Diggs and how much better he is going to get with Stephon Gilmore being on that other side. And then Micah Parsons, arguably the best edge rusher in the league, maybe one of the best overall football players in the league, because that's just not an edge rusher. Like Dan Quinn, he be having them around everywhere. And we talked about it yesterday. It's positionless football. If you could just exploit your matchup, it doesn't matter where you could be placed on the field. That's what it's all about. So I don't know if the Philadelphia Eagles weren't the Philadelphia Eagles, then I would have more confidence in the Dallas Cowboys. But it's the Eagles' division to lose in that NFC East. And I think they're going to take a step back also because both their offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator are now head coaches in the National Football League. So just organically, you have to assume that Philly is going to take a step back. But, you know, at the end of the day, they still have a lot of their leaders there. They got Kelsey still spiking the ball, and they still got Jalen Hurts.
All right, well, let me bring you back to Dak Prescott for a second, because I got one. And this is going to come into your world because you are the hoops maestro. You are the what'd you tell me? You're the 10-5 guy from Bowie High School back in the day. I was like, could I count on you for 20-10? You said, how about 10-5?
It was a loud 10-5 though, Chip. It was
loud,
baby. Like you're gonna hear it. Like every
Thunder.
Every time I get a rebound, I scream, you know, every time I hit a shot, I gotta do something like a mellow 3 to the head or something like that. It's a very loud 10-5.
Loud. I like that. Kind of a Daryl Dawkins. Backboard breaking presence.
I wish I had that athleticism.
I want Dak to have his Dirk season. So I think Dirk was 13 years in the league, 32 years old when he beat LeBron and the Mavs won it all. And Dirk went from regular season Dirk and Irk Nowitzki to world champion. And Dirk did it in that NBA Finals against LeBron. I mean, he brought it. He wasn't a co-passenger. He was a pilot in getting that thing done. And no one thought Dirk could do it. No one thinks Dak can do it. Everyone thinks, oh, Dak, he's put up good regular season numbers, but man, in the playoffs, he's terrible. And remember that scene in Airplane where the little kid's talking to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? He's like, my dad says that you're okay, but in the playoffs, you're look, kid, you try and drag Lanier up and down the floor for 48 minutes. And anyway, Dirk finally did it. He punched it through, raised the trophy, had the parade. I want Dak to have his Dirk season. Zay, am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy. I mean, you know, Dirk, that year, that was one of the greatest runs in NBA history. They went past the Blazers. They went past Kobe Bryant, who they were the defending champs last year. They went past Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook. And then, like you said, beating LeBron and Dwayne Wade in the finals. Now, maybe Dak needs a little bit more motivation, like how D-Wade and LeBron kind of mucked up by making fun of Dirk being sick and stuff, which gave Dirk extra motivation to stick it to him. I don't know if anybody in the NFL would do that, but he already has enough bulletin board material with all the, you know, hate that he gets from all the interceptions. Like you said, people not thinking that he could get it done. And yeah, I with what Dak has around him, again, Brandon Cooks, that's a big time pickup. You know, Michael Gallup being your number 2 receiver, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. And I think Jake Ferguson at tight end, I think he's very underrated, and they're very high on him down there in Dallas. So, yeah, bringing back Zach Martin, that was huge. Dak needs those protectors. And Mike McCarthy, even though I say in air quotes, he says that he's going to be, he wants to run the football. They're going to get back to throwing the football no matter what, because they don't got enough good running backs there. I like Tony Pollard and all, but he's going to have to prove to me that he's a bell cow running back. In this age of the NFL, those are basically extinct. There's no more Emmitt Smith, Barry Sanders type guys. Like, those guys are gone. It's more by committee. So that whoever that number 2 running back, it might be Austin's very own Deuce Vaughn. It might be him, because he's
Ronald Jones or Deuce Vaughn.
See, Ronald Jones, he's suspended for 2 games and stuff. I don't know if he has any more left, but we will see. And at the end of the day, it does ride on Dak Prescott's shoulders. I do think he could get it done. Do I think that he could get it done over the likes of San Francisco, over a Philly? I don't know about that. And those are the teams that are in the Cowboys' way. We saw last year in the playoffs, that 49ers team, even with Brock Purdy struggling the way he did, they were still able to get the dub and have the upper hand on the boys. So, the Cowboys, they're locked in. I think they understand that they don't have many, opportunities to slip up. They know that this team is very deep. They know that Micah Parsons, he hasn't been paid yet, so you got to take advantage of that, and that he's still playing on his rookie contract. So I think the pickups that they have offensively and defensively, if Dak Prescott could just take care of the football, then the Cowboys, they should be right there with Philly on trying to win a division.
Well, now they got these pesky Commanders who just took down the Ravens in preseason football.
Oh, stop. That's
Sam
so
Howell
baloney.
and Sam Cosmi. Oh, my.
Sam Cosmi is great. I saw him doing the gritty. They got into a little brawlish situation yesterday at the end zone, and you got Sam Cosmi over there doing the gritty and dancing while guys are pushing each other in the helmet and stuff like that. He's definitely a character, but yeah, they don't got to worry about, the Commanders. I don't think they have to worry about the Giants, even though Brian Daboll, he did a terrific job last season on getting, those Giants playing very well. They go up to Minnesota and beat them in the playoffs. That was a big time win. Daniel Jones, he finally looked like that quarterback that got selected 6th in the draft few years ago, and they got Saquon Barkley back for $11 million. So that they're always going to play the Cowboys tough. But again, kind of like the Texas Longhorns, Dallas has a roster and a lot of depth that you feel confident, even if they don't win a division, them being right there and making some noise once the playoffs come around.
Yeah, speaking of offensive linemen, getting into it, Chris Bennett reminding all of us that Kelvin Banks wasn't afraid to get into it with an OU player early in that Red River shootout last year, and it set a tone. It did. I know the Longhorns talked about it after the game, seeing big 78, a freshman, pushing and shoving some of those Sooners. They were like, all right, let's go. So, yeah, you got to have that. You got to have that dog, and Kelvin Banks has got it. And
let me ask you this, Chip. How do you feel about in practice fights and those, because you see them a lot in the NFL, not as much in college, but you see them in the NFL a ton. Because
they get sick of each other. They get sick of going up against each other.
But even when they, practice with other teams, like we saw in Hard Knocks, how, Carolina and the Jets practice together. All teams do that. And recently the Colts, they got into a fight with the Eagles. And I heard quarterback Anthony Richardson got a shot to the dome. Like, that's your quarterback. That's the guy wearing the red jersey. That's the person who's supposed to be away from all that. So I'm kind of on both sides when it comes to the fight, because like you said, you do need some of that. You do need some of that toughness, some of that, I'm not going to back down from nobody. I don't care if this is practice. I don't care if you're my teammate or not. Football's a physical game. All these guys are alpha males. Like, you got to show that you don't take none from nobody. But also, you got to understand that this is practice. These guys, sometimes they'll be punching each other with bare fist in the helmet and stuff.
That's dumb.
That's so stupid.
That's dumb.
That's so stupid. But then just their psyche, you got to be in a different level to be any type of professional athlete, especially an NFL player with your psyche. Those guys, they don't care. They don't give a damn about, I'm going to get my shot in. So I feel both ways about it. I think sometimes it's good depending on the player, the team, the franchise, and sometimes it can be a little toxic.
Hey, all I know is this. If I'm getting in a football fight, I need to do my Apollo Creed attack of the ribs. I need to punch the body. I need to hit the body. I'm going to do some damage on the body. If I swing at the helmet, I'm breaking my hand and nothing else. So go to the body. Work the body, Rock. Work the body.
You got to be careful with that now too, because now that equipment has just, gotten better, these guys are protected everywhere. Everywhere. So, yeah, you got to be careful with that too. Absolutely. Hey, we're talking about the Cowboys, Chip. Did you see Brandon Cooks, the video of him? Like, he is a certified pilot. And when those guys were in Seattle, he took Michael Parsons and Stephon Gilmore on a ride through the air. They were just flying around the Pacific Northwest.
And that was crazy.
That was nuts, man.
I mean,
that was
like, is that his own plane, or does he go to the airport and like rent a plane?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's his own plane now.
Because that looked like a single engine plane to me, Zay.
Yeah.
And I don't mess with single engines.
No.
I need two engines, man. What if one of those engines goes?
Yeah, I know Stephen Jones, Jerry Jones, they were probably a little nervous watching that with all three of those high-profile guys on that plane. And, yeah, obviously they had a safe landing and they're good now. But, yeah, talking about building chemistry and camaraderie, I think that's a very big deal. And Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore, you could already tell that they're making themselves known on this roster.
Well, and Brandon Cooks was flying them like right over the Seahawks stadium.
Yeah.
Like he's not out flying around in the country. He's like flying right over the city.
Yeah. Talented, man.
Talented.
Dude, that's some serious talent.
He's got his hours. Let's hope he can help elevate that offense.
I think he can. I think he can. He's played with some very good quarterbacks. I know he praises Dak. I don't think, you got to say that. If you're a teammate, you got to praise your quarterback, even though it might be a little fictional. He talked about how when he watches Dak and all the players that he played with, which Brandon Cooks, he's played with Drew Brees and Tom Brady during the Saints and New England days. But he said Dak Prescott has that same type of mentality. He has that same type of, giddy up and same type of arm. And, we'll see. We'll see. We got to see it on the field. And again, Dallas, they have everything they need to be successful, but can Dak Prescott limit the turnovers and get this team to the promised land?
You know what he's got to do? And I've looked at it. He doesn't run anymore. When things break down, he doesn't run anymore. And that's hurting this team. Dak Prescott has got to use his legs. If you go back and look, his first 4 years, really, he averaged about 300 yards rushing, 282 as a rookie, 357 in 2017, 305. He was making plays with his legs. In each of those years, he had 6 rushing touchdowns. The last 2 years, he's had 2, and he's only rushed for 146 yards and 182 yards. He's not extending drives by escaping and scrambling and picking up that first down. think of Sam Ehlinger back at Texas. Hell, watch Sam Ehlinger in his preseason game the other night for the Colts. He was running for first downs left and right. And I'm not saying that, Dak's some dual threat guy, but he's talented enough to go get you 6-7 yards, go pick up, move the chains, keep them moving. Instead, the last couple of years, he's been locked in the pocket, hitching for the 5th, 6th, and then throwing it into traffic instead of, running and going and getting 5, 6, 7 yards. He's got to get back to that. I know he had his leg snapped in half a couple of years ago, but man, he was an effective quarterback, more effective quarterback when he was just, when things broke down in the pocket, go get that, 5, 6, 7 yards.
Yeah, and I think that has a lot to do with why he doesn't run as much anymore. I mean, for your psyche, it has to be tough knowing that, hey, when I ran that one time, I had my foot completely turned around. And I've never had that happen, but I could only assume that your thought process changes a little bit. And the way you go about things changes a little bit. And you're absolutely right. I think that if he started to run more, if he understood that, hey, all my options aren't available, I need to just get 5, 6, 10 yards maybe and slide, then the Cowboys will be in a better situation. But yeah, man, after that injury, he's just not that same quarterback, and he's relied on his arm a little bit too much, and that's obviously got him in trouble.
Well, I think we'll see. They're calling it the Texas Coast offense with Mike McCarthy. We'll see. I mean, it's a simple passing game. Looks like they're going to run or throw to set up the run. I'm reaching for the Tums. I'm not going to lie. I'm reaching for the Tums with this whole Mike McCarthy, Brian Schottenheimer. Those are not guys. Everyone's studying Lincoln Riley's offense. Guys are studying Steve Sarkisian's offense. They are not studying Mike McCarthy's offense. But the good news is Zach Martin is back. Jerry threw him a few more bones. And so Zach Martin's going to be up there helping to clear paths for whoever it is, whether it's Tony Pollard or Ronald Jones or Deuce Vaughn, baby. 5'5", shortest. He's the Muggsy Bogues of the NFL. Zay, you remember Muggsy Bogues?
Oh yeah, I remember Muggsy. Muggsy was one of the best defenders ever.
Yeah,
even
man.
At that 5'3" size, he would get up under you. It would be very hard to get the ball up the court. And coming from Wake Forest, like, he made himself a name in the NBA. Played over a decade. Yeah, those small guys.
This is how old I am, Zay. I was at the NBA All-Star game when Spud Webb won the dunk contest over Dominique Wilkins in Dallas.
Damn.
At Reunion Arena. 5'7" Spud Webb. And he did it. He deserved it. Like, Dominique kept going with these power dunks, and Spud was like bouncing the ball, having it bounce off the glass, and then timing it perfectly at 5'7". I mean, Spud must have been working day and night to get all of his caroms right, because he nailed it. And we were all sitting there going, what? And then Larry Bird walks up and down the bench. We're watching him go up and down the bench, and we're like, what is he doing? And it turns out he was telling everybody, you coming in second? You coming in second? Who's coming in second? And then Larry walked out there, won the 3-point contest. It was insane. It was one of the best, like, I think in the history of the dunk contest, in the history of the 3-point contest, that All-Star in 85 or 86 was like one of the best, because Spud winning the dunk contest was like, what?
Yeah, everybody.
That's how old I am.
Crazy.
That's how old I am. Yeah, I was
You're wise
at SMU, and one of my buddies was like, hey man, my dad's got tickets to the NBA All-Star game. You want to go? We actually went to a party. We actually went to an NBA All-Star weekend party where Kevin McHale was. My buddy's an idiot. He'll go up and talk to anybody. Kevin McHale's wearing a cowboy hat, and he's from Minnesota and talks like Boston. The guy was hilarious. Mikhail was like punking on my friend, going, like, what are you doing here? Like, did you sneak in here? And we were like, pretty much, yeah. But I love Kevin McHale. I mean, that dude was hilarious.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that was back in the day.
I love Kevin McHale's game, man. Like when you talk about footwork and you talk about being a post player, which that's basically becoming extinct now in the modern game, especially in the NBA. But that's who you go watch. You go watch Hakeem Olajuwon. You go watch Kevin McHale because their footwork, immaculate.
And those shoulders.
Yeah.
Looked like you could build a house on those shoulders.
Yeah. Yeah, Kevin McHale was so interesting because he looked sickly. Like in the 80s, like he had this sickly look, like, is this guy okay? And then he'd give you 30. And you're so busy worried about Larry Bird and what Bird could do. Then they got the Chief, Robert Parrish. Yeah, man, just causing havoc. Those Celtics teams, man, I know I wasn't around, but I've done my research, and I'm a huge NBA basketball historian. Not too many teams are better than that 86 Celtics team.
You got a little Jerry Sheesting kind of digging around in your – he's just getting dirty and grimy.
Wasn't he the one that got into a fight with Ralph? Looks like he's been punched in the face
10 times.
Didn't he get into the fight with Ralph Sampson in that 86 finals? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You had Dennis Johnson, DJ, who used to be the head coach of the Austin Spurs.
Toros.
Yeah. Man, Toros back in the day. Yeah, man.
Danny Ainge was dirty as hell, too.
Oh, yeah.
Bill Walton, Hall of Famer, coming off the bench. And, yeah, that 86 team was definitely for real.
Did you watch the Bill Walton 30 for 30?
I did. Very
That was crazy, man. All the ways that he would tear it up and then get injured, tear it up, then get injured. And, like, he'd bring you elation and joy, like out in Portland. He wins the world championship with Ramsey as the coach, and then that damn foot fell apart again. And then he had to move on. Then he'd go to the Clippers. He'd tear it up for a season or a half, and then, oh damn, the foot again. And then somehow he made it back to that Celtics team. It's crazy.
Yeah, you watch Nikola Jokic for the Denver Nuggets right now. Bill Walton was that. Like, he was that guy that was maybe the best passer in the league that you could run your offense through him, but it was so unorthodox because he was a center. And I think if he wouldn't have had all those injuries, we'd be talking about Bill Walton with Shaq and Kareem and Hakeem and all of the greats. And he's still a Hall of Famer. But yeah, Bill Walton, that 30 for 30 was absolutely amazing. And it's very interesting because you see how marijuana and different things have helped athletes today. And we all know the stigma that marijuana's had years and years and years. But back then, he was trying to ask John Wooden, which think about John Wooden and the pyramid and all that stuff and how old school he was. Like, hey, man, this could help me. Every time I do this, I feel better. I feel a little bit more loose. I'm not in as much pain as I was. And John Wooden was like, are you effing kidding me, buddy? Ain't no way I'm going to have any of my players, especially you, the face of the university when it comes to basketball, doing anything like that. And it's just crazy.
Bill, that is not in my pyramid of success, Bill. Do you not understand? It's not in my pyramid of success.
Don't get me started with John Wooden, Chip. He is the biggest
Mim,
cheater.
Yeah. Well, Chris Mim used to play at Texas. He played for the Lakers. And Luke Walton says, hey, come to my house, meet my dad. So Chris Mim, they do a weekend trip to the Waltons. And Chris said, he woke up in the morning. He was like, all right, let's go see what we're going to have for breakfast here at the Walton house. He walks into the kitchen and there's Bill Walton stark naked.
Oh, wow.
Just like cooking up some eggs. And Chris Mim turned around and said, "Oh boy, Luke, where are you, Luke?" Yeah. And what is Bill Walton going to do? He's not going to have Pac-12 basketball games to do anymore, where he's always talking about the Conference of Champions. Listen, Pac-12 is the Conference of Champions. It's the best. It doesn't exist anymore. What am I going to do?
That's not too shabby. That's not too shabby of a Bill Walton. That's not too shabby at all. I don't know.
God.
Is he going to go to the Big Ten with UCLA?
He should.
Yeah, he definitely should.
I don't know if he can handle it though, because he lives in California. He could always, quick little flights or whatever. Now he's gonna have to go. He's gonna have to get out of his comfort zone.
Yeah,
go over there to Evanston, Illinois, and Champaign, Illinois, and West Lafayette, Indiana, which is in the middle of nowhere. Have you ever been to South Bend, Indiana?
I have not. I heard there's nothing there besides Notre Dame.
You get on the lush green grass of that campus with that golden dome. You feel like you're in, some like adjunct part of the Vatican. It's all beautiful and pristine. You got the little rosemary fountain where everybody makes their prayers and everything. The minute you step foot off that campus, you are in a white trash capital of the Midwest. My dad owned a fast food restaurant in Niles, Michigan, which is right across the border from South Bend, Indiana. And we would go to South Bend to get restaurant, parts and stuff, equipment. And so I'd go up there to South Bend, and it's just awful. Like, I mean, you go to school at the University of Texas, you're in Austin. The campus is nice, but it's everything around the campus that's fantastic. It's Lake Austin. It's this, it's that. It's beautiful. It's the hills. You get off the campus at Notre Dame, you're crying, trying to get home. You like call mom and dad, say, get me out of here. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Something is a dump.
That's very interesting. I never knew that.
Go to Touchdown Jesus. Go to the Newt Rockne statue. Do all the Notre Dame stuff. I'm not saying that. Go to Notre Dame. Go to a football game at Notre Dame Stadium. Newt Rockne's right there staring at Touchdown Jesus. It's beautiful. It's great. You're going to get a little leprechaun will run by. You try and rub his head for good luck. And then get on your, head back to the airport or go to Chicago. Do not stay in South Bend. Don't do that.
They don't show you that in Rudy.
No, they don't. They don't show you that.
they don't
show you that restaurant equipment store just down the road when you feel like you're like gonna get carjacked at any moment. But all right, there's my Notre Dame rant for today.
Oh man, that is terrific. So Chip, let's get into a little Texas basketball talk because they have a 5-star recruit that will be on campus this Sunday coming up. Trey Johnson out of the Dallas area will probably be Mr. Basketball in the state of Texas because he is the best basketball player coming out of the state of Texas. And he will be
He was at Lake Highlands, right?
Yes. Yeah. He was
helped
at Lake
them
Highlands.
win the state championship.
Oh, man, I watched that game too, Chip. He does everything well beyond his years. His pull-up jumper is on point. He gets to his spots. It doesn't matter if the hand's in his face. It doesn't matter who's under him trying to rip the ball. He will elevate right over the top, and he has a very smooth, just elegant jumper. And I know what everybody's probably thinking when they hear about a 5-star recruit, maybe coming to Texas from Texas. You're thinking A.J. Johnson. You're thinking Ron Holland. And both of those guys playing professional basketball this year. Ron Holland playing in the G League and A.J. Johnson playing in Australia. but you still got to recruit these guys. You know, if you're Rodney Terry, I know he's done a lot of his work in the transfer portal, but at the end of the day, you got to try to get these guys that are basically in your backyard. You can't really, you know, nobody knew Ron Holland was going to be a mock draft #1 pick for 2024 when he committed to Texas. Like, guys get better. You know, when he committed to Texas, he wasn't there yet. And then he started going to McDonald's All-American game, going to the Under Armour All-American, Jordan All-American, all these different camps and different tournaments where all these scouts are. And he realized, plus this camp probably said, wait, you're better than what you thought you were, being at 6'9", being a solid ball handler, being able to jump out the gym. Like, and again, with the money that's getting thrown around, like Ron Holland's supposed to make $500,000 this year. $500,000. And I get NIL is very good for some guys, but I don't think anybody at the 40 Acres is throwing around that money for basketball. So I can't knock somebody like Ron Holland choosing a different route. So this whole Trey Johnson thing, yeah, it's cool, but I'm not going to get too excited because you can't nowadays with college sports.
Yeah, and here's a crazy thing, right? My college roommate, his son, Warren Hamilton, was on that Lake Highlands team with Trey Johnson. And so I've been trying to pump my college roommate to find out, okay, have Warren ask Trey, where's he going to school? So I'm working on that, Zay. I'm working on it.
There we go. That's what you do, baby.
Warren Hamilton, scrappy little white guy, you know, feeding Trey Johnson all the way to the 6A state championship. So, my college roommate just texted me back, Link Academy, which is the school that he transferred to from Lake Highlands.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, and you know, after you win state, I get it, like, in a way, because that's all these guys, they end up going to these prep schools, the Oak Hills, the IMGs and whatnot, and Mount Vernon and stuff like that. And it's a different opportunity to play better competition. And we know UIL here in Texas, it could be a little weird. And if you're Trey Johnson, again, we saw what Quinn Ewers did. We know UIL, they forbidden him to take advantage of his name, image, and likeness, which is very unfortunate. So Quinn Ewers said, all right, I'm going to go into another state. I'm not going to play my senior year, and I'm going to capitalize on something. And he's $2 million richer after that little stint that he had at Ohio State. So you see somebody like allegedly. I
mean, a state senator told me in his bill that he wrote to try to get NIL for high school kids in the state of Texas that got defeated this past legislative session, that Quinn Ewers got $1.4 million. Now, okay. I don't know. That was a state lawmaker putting that into a bill. And I heard it was less than that. But, you know, some of this NIL money that gets tossed around, it's hearsay. Look, you've got some big money guys. I hear that, the owner of the Browns who went to Tennessee, I'm going to look it up. But, I mean, I heard that guy dumped a pile of money into Tennessee, like crazy money that other schools don't have. Jimmy Haslam, yeah. And you just don't know because they don't have to disclose, and that's the hard part about all this. You know, Jim Larinaga, the head basketball coach at Miami, is the one who said we should all be open and out front. Yeah, we paid the Nigel Pack, the guard from Kansas State, we paid him $400,000 a year to come to Miami, and it was money well spent. Miami made it to the Final Four. And I don't know. Sometimes we
Yeah.
know, sometimes we don't.
Yeah,
But
that's right.
the state lawmaker said Quinn got 1.4 million.
That's still some good bread right
Yeah,
there.
man. And more power to him. And I say, this NIL thing, it is not sustainable. It's not sustainable unless you have like 38 million endowed to be able to peel some money off each year to pay kids, to pay the big ones, whatever, 400,000. You hear that maybe Worthy got 400,000 to stick around. And okay, so you got boosters paying that. If he has a great season, everybody's happy. If you pay 1.4 million to get Quinn Ewers to Ohio State and he turns around and transfers, you're like, okay, I just burned through 1.4 million. It's hit and miss, man. And it's not sustainable. So, Texas has been fortunate. They got some big money guys that they've been hitting to try to write some big checks to keep kids, right where they are. But, all of that Texas One Fund is trying to get Texas fans to sign up to give $20 a month, $40 a month, $50 a month, and then tell what sport you want it designated for. That's what they really want. They want all the, crowdsourcing money so they don't have to keep going back to, the guys with names on their buildings on campus for another, hey man, can you hit us for another million? We gotta try to
It's
keep
nonchalant like that. Just hit us for another million.
Yeah. Can you get us another million? We got 5 guys we got to hang on to.
Yeah.
You're going
to see some of these athletes acting like James Harden with Daryl Morey and just call them a liar. This guy, this booster lied. This is why I decommitted. This is why I transferred, because I was told I was going to be making all of these zeros and I got rump roast. And it didn't work out. And I can't blame those guys. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not what it used to be. You're not just coming for school. You're not coming for the university. You're not just coming for the coach. All those things do matter. But a lot of these parents, once that coach walks in and that coach gives his pitch on why your son or daughter should come to our university, those parents have every opportunity and every right to say, okay, what's the money looking like? Because if my kid becomes one of your better players and I see his jersey at places like the UT Co-op and different places where you could get all this merch and stuff, and he ain't getting nothing back for that, then I'm going to go to a place where I can get something back for it.
Well, now kids can create their own T-shirts, their own identity, their own logo, everything. What's interesting is, and this comes in from JSDTX, who's watching on the YouTube channel, the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel. I wonder if NIL will reduce the money that goes to the Longhorn Foundation. And he says, I bet it will, and put pressure on the infrastructure of the programs. It absolutely will. And here's why. If you're Chris Del Conte, who just got the nice raise, because whenever USC is looking for an athletic director, Chris Del Conte is going to get a raise, okay? Just put 2 and 2 together there. They've come after him 3 times. Damn. And Del Conte has gotten 3 raises at Texas. And thank God, if you're a Longhorn fan, that he's still at Texas. But thank God Chris Del Conte spent $731 million over a 5-year span to improve football. The new basketball arena was not Texas money, but it was a $388 million project that he had to oversee. The basketball practice facility, the Tito's, practice facility and rowing center. Eddie Reese got a new outdoor pool. Baseball and softball got, indoor hitting situations. Tennis, got a new weight room, locker room. Soccer, track got new weight room, locker room. Every single sport got some of that $731 million. And Texas, which was 3 decades behind in facilities, is now at least even, And, outside of that decision to have the team have that bar lounge where the team can run out so no one's in their seats over that Longhorn when games start on TV, the team comes out of the tunnel to nothing but empty seats above them when the stadium is packed and it looks terrible. Other than that, Zay, that remodel is awesome. And they're just now completing the recruiting welcome center that is where the old academic center used to be in Moncrief, just in the southeast corner of DKR. They tore out all that academic stuff. That's all in the north end zone now. And now it's this like all glassed up, big entertainment room where you have a view of the Capitol. It's where all the, official visitors are going to have dinner with their parents and, get to see the football facility, and other events are going to use that area too. But, thank God all that facility upgrade renovation happened in that 5-year span, because then boom, here comes NIL, and suddenly fans, donors, boosters are trying to decide, okay, am I giving X amount for the new facility upgrade fund, or am I giving X amount to try and keep our quarterback room together, And it's real.
Yeah. Now, as far as the new football practice facilities and all that, when does that start?
So they're not going to break ground on that until a year from now, and it won't be completed until 26. But it's pretty cool what they're doing. So they're going to tear down the School of Social Work. That's going to get a better new home on campus. And from what I hear, there might be some asbestos stuff they got to clean up. It's going to take a little longer. But then they're going to tear that out. They're going to put a parking garage for all the student athletes at Texas underneath the football practice facility. So 500 spaces just for student athletes. Boom. Xavier Worthy, no more boots on your car. And all those parking tickets, as long as you got your garage pass, you can go park your car right there and walk to Jester.
Yeah, we all know living in this city, parking could be hell, especially when you go downtown. And yeah, I see those rent-a-cops out there, man. They act like their life depended on, like they got to meet a quota or something, the way that they be writing tickets for people. But yeah, that sounds cool. That sounds perfect, because that's what you need going to the SEC. Because I know the University of Florida, they got brand new facilities there, and they spent some serious paper to get those brand new facilities. Speaking of Florida, though, Chip, maybe after this, might have to watch the new Netflix 4-part documentary about the 2007 or around that Urban Meyer era.
Florida
Gators team. Liar Meyer. Yeah, man. That Florida Gators
let me tell you
team,
something, Zay. Texas was trying to coax Liar Meyer back into the game. And Liar Meyer was like, you know what? I don't even know if my stuff will work in this day and age of the transfer portal and NIL, because that tough love, fear-based coaching, like pick it up or you can find somewhere else to play, that kind of coaching style that Tom Herman brought to Texas and went so well. Liar Meyer, he said, I'm going to go to the NFL, and that opened the door for Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah, I mean, that dude, I get it. He knows football, absolutely. But as far as a people person and relationships, like, listen to this quote that was taken from Brandon Slider, a former player that played for Urban Meyer. He said this on the 4-part documentary. Urban said, I'm going to treat my superstars like superstars and my ish like ish. If I treat you like ish and you want me to change, then you find a way to make yourself a superstar. What?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Like, this is the
Yeah.
head coach. And I get it. I I get all these coaches have their own philosophies and the way they go about things. I understand that. But man, like that dude, your roster is full. Like, I get sometimes certain guys are going to get special treatment in the way, but you got to treat guys with respect. And this goes back to when he was kicking the kicker and Jacksonville and all that crap that he went through. And like you said, Tom Herman just took everything from Urban Meyer and tried to apply it to what he did down here. But for all that knowledge and all those good teams that Urban Meyer had, which he's in this documentary, by the way, I'm very intrigued to see what he says himself, especially at this point of his life and his career. I know he's still doing stuff with Fox, but I don't know if he'll ever want or get a chance to coach again, just because it was so toxic at Jacksonville. And given it's a change when you go from coaching in college to the NFL, you better change, because that same old mentality that you had in college and stuff like that, no, you're talking to grown-ass men now once you get to the National Football League, and they got families and they got responsibilities that are just like you. This ain't that teaching you're a father figure. Like, no, they're fathers themselves. So yeah, it's a different way that you have to apply what you want to get done for the greater good of your organization / franchise. And he probably did it as worse as anybody.
I'll tell you what, Zay, I covered the NFL for 3 years. I covered the Cowboys. And when you have the disparity of income between superstar players, because I was there when Emmett was there and Jerry was paying him $10 million at the age of 34 to break the NFL all-time rushing record when Emmett wasn't putting $10 million worth of production on the field. And then you get, on that offensive line, you got guys making the rookie minimum and praying they're not getting cut. You got veterans making a good living and have no patience for the young guys. And it's hard to get millionaires motivated and moving in the same direction. And that's why a guy like John Harbaugh, who's been with the Ravens and somehow keeps it fresh, Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh, never had a losing season and knows how to connect with his players in a way that it's like, I respect you, but you're not, trying to cut into me as a man. You're trying to get the best out of me, and I respect that. And there are a handful of guys, maybe Dan Campbell in Detroit for my bedraggled Lions, who had Bobby Lane put a curse on him 50 years ago, and now we're in year 64 of that curse, and the Lions still haven't sniffed a Super Bowl. Bobby Lane won him a world championship, and they traded him to Pittsburgh, and he said, this franchise is cursed. I'm putting a 50-year curse on him, and we're in year 64. We got to break the Bobby Lane curse. I'm fascinated by Bobby Lane, by the way, if I haven't told you that. I'm fascinated. Every story I can get my hands on, I want it, because Johnny Manziel was the modern day Bobby Lane. Did I tell you my Bobby Lane story about him pitching for the – oh, my God. Okay. So Bill Little, who just passed away, R.I.P. Bill Little, put me in touch with Rooster Andrews. If people remember Rooster Andrews, kicker at Texas, shoe store in Austin, but he was a contemporary of Bobby Lane. And like Rooster was the manager, student manager on the Texas baseball team. So Bobby Lane, of course, legendary quarterback, but also a pitcher. And he gets into a car accident and he's hurt. But he doesn't want Bib Falk, the coach of Texas baseball, to know that he's been in this car accident and he's hurt. So he told Rooster Andrews, go get me a 12-pack of beer and put it at the end of the bench where I sit in between innings. And so Bobby Lane would sit by himself down there, and he was just sucking down beers to try to numb the pain from this car wreck he was in. He goes out and throws a no-hitter against
Stop.
Texas A&M in College Station to win the Southwest Conference Championship.
Drunk?
Drunk. Drunk as a skunk. Drunk as a skunk. And I mean, I'm like, give me more of this Bobby Lane character, because his teammates were all like, we didn't know what shape Bobby would come in on Saturdays, but by God, when the lights went on, that dude delivered.
Yeah,
And
man.
no hitter, drunk off his ass in College Station, and then flipped off the A&M fans in Kyle Field or whatever.
That's what I'm talking about.
And walked off. It's like,
yeah,
how's that?
Yeah, man. I dig
Bobby
that.
Lane.
Yeah. Wow. Bobby Lane in the same category as a Doc Ellis.
Yeah.
I like it.
Oh, yeah. Hey, man.
Doc Ellis popping acid, going out there throwing no hitters and stuff. Still
Doc
one of
Ellis,
my favorite
Dwight
sports
Gooden.
stories.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Dwight Gooden. Yeah, he was on
Darryl Strawberry.
cocaine. Yeah, man. Those baseball players, they're a different breed. They're a different breed. Speaking of, when you mentioned Bobby Lane flicking off the A&M crowd, did you see the dummy, the Texas Tech fan that got the horns down logo on his thigh?
That's terrible. Here's my problem with Texas Tech. Here's my problem with Texas Tech, Zay. Texas Tech. I was out there. I lived in Lubbock for 2.5 years for the Associated Press. I was the West Texas correspondent. I covered the Red Raiders when Spike Dykes was the football coach and Bam Morris was getting it done at running back. And, you know, Zach Thomas, most instinctive linebacker, he and Derek Johnson that I've ever covered. And kudos to Zach Thomas going in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
But it's, Texas Tech, they have great fans, great people, but there's this little brother complex that is just annoying. So, I mean, it's a tough place to play. You go out there and say you're a Texas fan, you're wearing your burnt orange gear, and you're sitting next to a Tech fan. If some good play happens for Texas Tech, Pat Mahomes throws it to Michael Crabtree or insert Raiders here, that Tech fan's going to get in the face of the Texas fan more than they're just going to cheer with each other. And that's annoying. It's like, why are you looking at me? Like, cheer your team on. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
right.
They are in your face, man. And so it's weird because you go out to Lubbock, it's fine, it's fun, it's friendly, the people are great. Everyone says, oh, the best resources in West Texas are the people. And it is, because they get whipped with dust storms that look like Hershey's chocolate is taking over the sky and raining mud on you. And you open your door and there's mud, sand, like coming through your door. I mean, the weather's awful. You get the feed yards, the smell of the feed yards. If the wind blows in from the east, all of Lubbock smells like a cow, pasture. So, the people are great. They're humble, hardworking, but man, when another team comes into their stadium, it's like they need to take out every bit of pain and frustration on the joker sitting next to them wearing different colors and cheering for another school. It's an intense atmosphere.
Yeah, they're a salty fan base, but they're a loyal fan base. I definitely give them that.
Hey, how about that game, the basketball game, where they hacked into the student tickets for Texas when Chris Beard was here, and the Tech fans outnumbered the Texas fans in the Irwin Center. They wanted a piece of Beard so bad.
Oh man. I'll never forget him going back to United Supermarkets Arena.
That was the loudest arena I've ever been in.
Oh, that was crazy. I'm surprised you can hear now.
I know. I've been to Fog Allen Fieldhouse several times when that place has been absolutely deafening. I've also been there when Kevin Durant dropped 24 on him in the first half and turned that place into a library. That was the quietest, I've ever heard Fog Allen Fieldhouse. And if KD hadn't twisted his ankle, and by the way, he got a standing ovation when he limped off the court. He came back in the second half, but he wasn't the same.
Yeah.
But yeah, Fog Allen Fieldhouse, I've been in it when it's rocking, and that whatever that Spirit Arena or whatever they're calling it now, that was insane for 40 minutes and beyond. They were cussing it, Chris Beard. The students were lined up around the intramural fields to get into that arena.
Oh, I remember
for 2 hours.
Brock Cunningham coming off the bus and embracing it and like getting the crowd up, and somebody, an assistant coach, had to bring Brock down to life. But yeah, man, that whole Beard thing, it just made them even more pissed off. Even though he's gone now off to Ole Miss and stuff, they're still pissed off.
How about this? Andres texts in, that Tech fan who's got the horns down. Every time he looks down at his tattoo, it's going to be horns up.
Idiot. That's an idiot move.
That's a great call, Andres.
That's an idiot move. I get it. I get it being a fan, but you could get the bang bang, the guns up.
Yeah.
They have logos. Like, it's not like it's Oklahoma and their logo is literally horns down. You know what I'm saying?
How about this, Zay? Sean Kenna, who is watching us on the YouTube channel, says Rooster Andrews fitted me for my letter jacket. Wow. Rooster Andrews is a legend, and I regret, we just lost Bill Little, an encyclopedia of Texas athletics history. Man, you got to sit down with these guys before they pass away and get all their stories. And that's one of my biggest regrets, was not sitting down with Rooster Andrews more and getting more of these Bobby Lane stories and more of whatever was going on at campus at that time. I mean, but yeah, that's amazing, Sean. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, good looking out, Sean. Sean's always been a big fan of us, so shout out to him. Absolutely.
Yeah, he says, God bless Brock Cunningham,
Yeah, 8th year senior, Brock Cunningham.
Brock.
Wow. I get it, man. He's an Austin Knight. It's hard to leave. I completely get it.
Zay, I need your take. I need your take on this. With a minute left against Miami, it's a tie game, and big boy from Miami goes up over the top of Brock, but Brock took one too many steps backward and undercut him and got called for the foul. If he would have just stood there and let big fella fall down on top of him, it would have been Texas going up 2 with a minute left.
Go back and watch that again, Chip. And when the ball goes in the air, Brock Brock's already connected to him because he's playing defense. So before the ball's in the air, he's connected to him. He's just not in the box out position. But when the ball's launched, Brock starts to box out. So he's doing his work early. And if you go watch the ref that had the assignment of looking at the paint and looking at that action, they're not looking at it. He's looking up at the ball in the air. So when it's coming down, all he sees is Brock, which my man, I want to say it was Omer, jumps over then, and that's when the call was made. That's one of the worst calls I've ever seen, especially as a former ref. You got to reward Brock Cunningham for what he did early before the ball went his way, because at that point, it's an over the back. It wasn't like Brock, the dude jumped and then Brock went right into him and tried to box out. No, he was doing his work early. He was boxing them out while the ball was in the air. It hit the rim, bounced up to Omer and Brock Cunningham, and Omer jumped over him, which he thought he fouled out at that time. He thought that was it.
He did. I was there.
Yeah, he thought that was it.
Yeah, he was like, uh-oh. He was like,
that game was so bogus, man. It kind of reminded me of the Oklahoma State football game where Oklahoma State had 0 penalties. And in that Elite Eight game, Texas, like the foul differential in the second half completely changed the game. And there was a lot of ticky-tack stuff, which at that point of the season, you let those guys play.
Yeah.
The refs, they don't need to be involved. And what's crazy about it, the whole tournament, all the games, they were doing a pretty good job. And then, of course, that game, Texas, they got screwed over. And yeah, that was tough. We already knew, and no Dylan DeSue, they would already be at a disadvantage. But just to add insult to injury.
Well, and then when
wow.
Marcus Carr rolled his ankle, that was when everything turned, because they were up 13 with 12 minutes to play. Marcus rolls his ankle with 10 minutes left, and it just went. They couldn't get into a flow offensively. They were leaving Timmy Allen and Brock open for shots, but those guys weren't feeling it. But hey, without DeSue going up against O'Meary, that was rough.
It was tough. It was tough. So I know we got 10 minutes left. Y'all stay on. Even though me and Chip will be off at 3, you got Trey Elling and Kevin Dunn coming up next.
Trey Elling cannot get enough
of
airtime on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Does Trey need a hug?
I get that. Yeah, I heard him on. He interrupted Bucky and those guys, Bucky and BK, this morning. It wasn't even his time slot. They were just talking about him, and I guess his ears were ringing. And he just jumped on the show and interrupted what they had going on. So that's my dude. I absolutely love him. But yeah, he's a character. He's absolutely a character.
I love it. All right, so here's we got 10 minutes left, and we'll finish it with a little Texas football talk. So Steve Sarkisian said yesterday, I said, what are your biggest concerns right now? Fall camp coming to an end. Kids are back in school, so they're practicing in the mornings now. And he said penalties, because penalties can sneak up on you early in the season. And he said some of these position battle calls I got to make. And he did not list the position battles, but I'll just tell you what the position battles are that are causing him not heartburn, but it's going to be hard to tell the other guy, hey man, you're not going out there first. And I will say that there's going to be a little bit of heartburn at the receiver position. Whoever it is, if it's Isaiah Nayer, who's not getting the starting nod when he absolutely would have been a starter last year, it's weak side linebacker where you got David Benda and Mo Blackwell and Anthony Hill. All those dudes have had good camps. They're all going to play, but one of them's going to go out there first. Corner, Zay, where I'm telling you, Ryan Watts better watch out, because you got Terrence Brooks and Gavin Holmes, and I'm hearing Malik Muhammad could be breathing down Ryan Watts' neck at boundary corner.
Wow.
You got Terrence Brooks, you got Gavin Holmes, and here comes Malik Muhammad. Now, I don't think Malik's gonna get there, but he's been playing really well. I mean, he's been playing really well. So, like I said, watch the rotations at corner in the Rice game. Like, you don't think, I don't need to watch the Rice game. Yes, you do, because you need to watch the rotations at some of these positions where it's a close call, and all this depth that Sarkisian's been talking about, all this depth and talent. Let's see it for our own eyeballs, but watch how the rotations at corner are going. And then at buck end, you got Ethan Burke, you got Justice Finkley, you got Colton Vasek, you got Jamon Tapp. I mean, and listen, someone, I think Colton Vasek's going to end up backing up Barron Sorrell. Okay, so you're going to have Ethan Burke on one end with Justice Finkley and Jamon Tapp. And at that jack end position, you're going to have Barron Sorrell backed up by Colton Vasek. Because I think, when Barron Sorrell moves on to the NFL, and we don't need to rush that. I know we got Barry Sorrell listening, and Dad will be like, yeah, rush it. Get those sacks.
Yeah,
Let's
get
on.
that paper, baby.
Get that paper, baby.
Dad's trying to retire.
Limited shelf life
relax.
as a football player. I get it. But anyway, I think Colton Vosic's going to end up backing up Barron Sorrell. Now, of course, Barry Sorrell could just flat out tell me if I'm right. You know, if Barry's still listening, you know, Barry, you can help a brother out. Help, you know, it's just no one's listening. No one's listening. It's just us talking. So feel free. Because that's the guy they call Baby Bosa, is Colton Vosick. Colton Vosick. And I know, Zay's like, hey, man, don't be throwing around Baby Bosa.
I know, man. They're probably talking about Nick, but Joey Bosa, he ain't no slouch either. Both those Bosa brothers, they get the job done for the Chargers and the 49ers. But
we need Joey to stay healthy. And Nick.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. But yeah, Colton Vosick, just watching him at Westlake dominate, he has all the tools to be a really good edge rusher, has very good bend and twerk, and yeah, he's just young, and that's what's always scary. Yeah, exactly.
I like that.
Yeah, when guys are so young, you just never know from game to game, and especially that freshman wall, you never know when it's going to come. You just know.
Is twerk like a cross between Twitch and work ethic?
Basically, you know, twerk, like, you know, just
yeah.
I'm just a little twerk.
I'm twerking, baby. I'm twerking my way to the quarterback. Don't you see what I'm doing?
It sounds good. That needs to be on your football vocabulary from here on out. But yeah, man, I'm very confident in Barron Sorrell. Those other guys, I just don't know. Like Ethan Burke, he has everything that you need to be a good edge rusher, but you got to have reps. You got to get experience out there to really see. And, you know, with how good and how deep the interior line is, you talked about the packages that Pete Kukowski could throw out there where we might see 3 of those interior lineman guys on the line based on the matchup. You might see more of that. Like Alfred Collins, he has that in him. I'm not saying every down or every play, but you should be able to move him around. Just because he's that freaky athletic and has the body type where he should be able to move around depending on the matchup. So as big of a question mark is on that other side of Barron Sorrell for the edge rushers, I think that with the interior line and how good they could be and how deep they could be and how you can move multiple guys around, it might not be as much as a question mark as we're thinking. But, you know, at the end of the day, this team, like you talk about Ryan Watts maybe not being a sure-in thing like we thought he was. Hey, just because you were a starter last year doesn't mean you will be a starter this year, especially if there's dudes breathing down your neck. And Ryan Watts, he might have been in camp thinking that, oh, I got this in the bag. I'm not going to exert too much energy. I'm going to save that for the regular season. You might get got doing that. So be careful. We heard about Ryan Watts getting toasted in the Saturday scrimmage and stuff, and I didn't think too much of it, but what you just said now got me thinking a little bit more about, hey, nobody's safe on this team. And that's how it should be. I'm good with that. Like, I'm good with nobody being safe. I think at the end of the day, Ryan Watts is a gamer, and once the bright lights come on, then he'll really bring it. But if he hasn't had the best camp and there's other guys, underclassmen like a Malik Muhammad, guys like Terrence Brooks, Gavin Holmes coming from Wake Forest, having a lot to prove, if those guys are chipping in there when it comes to hitting that depth chart, then hey, it is what it is. Put the best players out there. You don't have time for anybody's feelings.
And 2 guys whose names I keep hearing, and the guy who I just freaking love is Jelani McDonald. Jelani McDonald looks like a young Cam Chancellor. And man, he's a 6'2", 198-pound corner. He looks like a monster. And I love him. And you know what? Gary Patterson told me He said, listen, I coached his dad. His dad was a monster. He said, I am watching Jelani McDonald because he said, I think he's got the bloodlines to be a beast.
I
So
love
Texas
hearing that,
fans,
man.
put that in your back pocket. Jelani McDonald. I'll even tell you his number. Jelani McDonald is number 25. Jamal Charles number.
There we go.
All right.
There we go.
There's a little news you can use.
Which Jamal Charles is eligible for the 2024 Pro Football Hall of Fame. Before
Put him
we
in.
we got 1 minute. That's where I'm at too. Put him in, right?
He broke my man. The great Cleveland Browns running back. Oh my God. He broke his yards per carry record. Jim Brown.
Jim Brown. Oh, I'm about to say, hey, okay, yeah, Jim Brown.
He broke Jim Brown's yards per carry record, all-time NFL yards per carry record. Jamal Charles now owns that record. Come on, man. He's the all-time yards per carry leader in NFL history. You got to put him in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, just like you're going to have to put Justin Tucker in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Justin Tucker is easy, but Chip, unfortunately, we are out of time. You and I, we could talk forever. Oh,
Trey.
Gosh. There he is. Just interrupting like he's been interrupting all the shows today.
He's the night talker, man. He's the night talker and the YouTube stalker.
All right, I am the Texas Sports Unfiltered stalker. I thought you were going to tell us some sort of statistic that Jamal Charles broke of Ernest Biner at first. I thought it was Jim Brown, though. And that yards per carry makes sense. He was ridiculous, obviously, yards per carry wise.
I mean, come on. Put him in.
Yeah, put him in. K Dunn, what's up, baby?
Yo, what's up, guys? How are y'all, man?
K Dunn.
Chip.
Good, brother.
How are you doing?
I mean, I'm still here, brother. I'm still breathing.
That's
I'm
all that
still
matters.
getting up in the morning, texting, calling people over on the 40 acres.
Doing what you do.
I mean, some people collect wine, some people collect stamps. I collect phone numbers. You know what I mean? It's a sad, pathetic life. My dad always said, why are you bothering people?
It's a hell of a lot better than shot glasses, Chip.
That's true.
Yeah, don't collect shot glasses. They take up way too much space and they break. And then you're cleaning up glass and all that. All right, fellas. We'll let you take it from here. Kevin Dunn, it's good to see you, man. You're looking good.
You are too, man. Good to see you. We're getting older, Chip, but trying to, like you said, trying to keep breathing,
That's right, baby. All right, have a good show, fellas.
Bye, guys.
Good job, guys.
Y'all
Thank
tomorrow.
you so much. What is up, Texas Sports Unfiltered, folks? Yes, this is hour number 4 in terms of 4 straight hours of live programming on the YouTube channel. Also, the app, the free app that you can get in your app store through Apple or Android, merely by searching Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Trey Elling, part of Midday with Trey and BK, alongside my friend, the great Kevin Dunn, who, of course, is also an instrumental part of this channel. And we are, I think as of this week, I don't think we did so last week, but as of this week, going forward, KD, doing at least 2 episodes per week. And our plan is Tuesdays and Thursdays most week. And so here we are, show 1 of week number 3 on the YouTube channel.
So BK did drop off a mic, and I was testing it earlier, and I couldn't hear as I'm using the new mic. So I know people have said, hey, get Kevin a mic. We got me a mic. I'll figure that out after the show. I tried to troubleshoot before this show, but, my troubleshooting with technology usually ends up in me not fixing stuff.
To do a little bit of off-air chatter on the air, can you hear me okay right now, though?
Yeah, I can. I had to unplug the new mic. So the new mic does work, but I couldn't hear, and I didn't want to throw in. I don't want to do this with headphones. I'm done with headphones. I've had headphones since I was 15. No more headphones for me.
Completely agreed. I think it makes more sense if you are in person so you can really hear the other person and yourself speak. But in a situation like this with the ability to cancel echo out and additional noises, yeah, that is not an issue at all. So happy to roll with the punches today. And I was actually going to say the mic is making a little bit of a difference. There's a little bit less of an echo, but I'm going to come over there with some studio foam and really get that room worked up well.
Probably pour out my apple juice too. God knows what you're going to do.
I still begrudge you for those Doritos you gave my kids 2 years ago, those 4 Doritos each.
I had people laugh with me about that, and you were really cool, but I could tell. I just know you so well. I could tell inside that you were burning a little bit, and I didn't ask you either. So they were hungry. By the way, those kids, seagulls couldn't have eaten that bowl of Doritos any quicker than those kids did. They've been starved. They were looking for the type of junk food that most of us live on.
I give the evil eye, but I promise you it is not intentional. It's like Chris Jackson or Mahmoud Abdul Rauf blinking back in the day. It's just what I do when I see junk food around my kids. I have accepted that they love ketchup. And part of me feels like it is them spiting me because I hate ketchup so much. But I get that they need to be kids in a sense. We just can't overdo it and just add to the fatness issue that is plaguing America and really the world too.
Chris Jackson, when he was still Chris Jackson, one of the best college point guards, underrated college point guards I've ever seen. If you had the new NBA rules when Mahmoud Abdul Rauf was playing with the Nuggets, he wouldn't have been at this level. But he would have been a not too much poor, but a poor version of Steph.
You interviewed him on the old radio show and asked him specifically about that. And he lamented the fact that he was probably born in the wrong decade for that reason.
Yeah. I mean, because you can't touch these guys now because Steph wouldn't have been able to survive. And I think he's phenomenal. And I also think there's a mix probably between old rules and new rules, probably closer to the newer ones. But yeah, no, Chris Jackson was Stanley Roberts, Shaq. To show you how loaded college basketball was back then, I don't think they ever got past the Sweet 16.
I think you're right about that. And part of it may have been, although he did make it to the NBA Finals as a rookie, is Shaq still being really raw as a basketball player too.
Very much so.
Everybody saw what the potential was, but Chris Jackson lit college hoops on fire with how good of a scorer he was. And obviously, you said Stanley Roberts was on that team too?
Yeah, Stanley Roberts was the bigger prospect of the two big men that LSU had. He was 7'3", I want to say, was more talented than Shaq. Shaq just got better, obviously, as it went along. In his junior year, you could just feel it, especially when he's running the court and finishing off with flushes.
Right. Well, Texas had some good basketball teams back then as well, but we're not going to talk about Texas basketball of days gone by. Yes, sir.
I do have one thing for you. Have you cooled off? Because I heard you talk about it with BK, the incident at the coffee shop. And I love how you and I are, we'll call each other about a lot of stuff, but we're the first one to always call. Because, if you call Justine on that first call, you may not get the affirmation that you're looking for. But you and I can't grow up and still pick little battles like that in the middle of the day with society, that of course I had your back.
I was fighting that battle for everyone in that coffee shop and everyone who would have to enter a coffee shop that she would be in going forward. And yeah, you're absolutely right about that. I need to find the ear of somebody who's going to sympathize with with my plight in the immediate aftermath. And you could hear it in my voice. You could hear how pissed and worked up I was that this unfortunate soul is a nice way to refer to her, who has zero self-awareness and was clearly never taught boundaries by her parents.
Agreed.
Thought it was okay for her overweight lab to just splay out in the middle of the walkway of this coffee shop, standing between the doorway or laying between the doorway and a person's ability to get to the register just to place their order and pay for their coffee. She thought it was cute. It wasn't cute. It was annoying. And she needs to figure out that she's better off not treating places like her living room when it's public spaces that a bunch of random people are going to be at that don't necessarily want to be dealing with their dog. And by the way, this isn't a dog hatred thing. I have 2 dogs at home.
No, everybody loves dogs.
One of them that I love. By the way, it depends on the dog too, by the way. I'm not going to say I love all dogs. It's just like with any and everything else in this world. It depends on the individual. Some dogs suck. Some dogs are awesome. Same goes with cats. Same goes with humans. But in this particular situation, it was less about the dog and much more about just how inconsiderate she was being to her fellow humans.
Couple things. One, I agree with all what you said about her, but there are a lot of people in society that are roaming around, and as long as they mean well, you should probably try and give them a little bit of a break or some leeway. She needed to get called out for that, so I'm with you on that. It was a lab. Labs may be, with golden retrievers, the sweetest species on Earth, or form of that species or any species. That they are. It's probably not going to bite you. It wasn't a pit bull, not to throw any shade at them. Oh, Kevin, you're creating the stereotype. No, stereotype's been around. Okay, just talking about it. But so that's 1. 2, I think the only difference in my small maturation compared to you with us blowing up on society is on the 3rd or 4th go around on the way out when you just knocked her out Tyson style, maybe just go ahead and swallow it and say, you have a nice day too.
Verbally, there was no physical altercation.
All verbal, all
on the
verbal,
way out.
all
And after
verbal.
I got my coffee and was heading towards the door, she said, well, I still hope you have a nice day. And I turned to her and said, well, I hope you have a nice day too. But more importantly, I hope you gain an ounce of awareness to understand that this is not your living room. This is a coffee shop.
I'm
Turn
saying
around
that,
and walk out. And by the way, you're right about it being a lab. If that was a German Shepherd or a bull mastiff or a pit bull that was laying there in front of me, I would have turned to her after asking whose dog is this and said, boy, that's a really cute dog you have, miss. Definitely not stepped over it out of fear that it would have bit me in the crotch.
She's going to send some verbal signal. German Shepherds are just so smart. He could have heard your tone towards her and gotten pissed and grabbed one of your testicles, and you and I would just be a pair.
Well, even this fat, lazy lab stood up at the end there and was like, wait a second, what's going on? Is my owner being attacked? She overfeeds me, so I'm loyal to her right now.
Well, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. So I'm glad you've cooled off, because when you were calling me, I could hear your breathing was different.
Yeah, my breathing, there was probably a little bit of a shake in my voice from the adrenaline too. Like, I don't like getting into public altercations.
I don't know about that.
I promise you, even though it happens to me more often than it does a lot of people, I don't look forward to that. But sometimes it is a necessary evil to try and talk some sense into somebody. But as soon as she said, stop talking to me like a child, 1, I knew their parents never gave her boundaries. But 2, I knew that anything else that I said to her would fall on deaf ears, which speaks to your point that I probably just needed to tell her, have a nice day and walk out and not fire that one last shot off.
Probably, but you're growing. Not really, but whatever.
No, I'm a big man, baby.
Before we get to Texas, what did Justine say about that interaction?
I
know she wasn't surprised, but what did she say about it? She knows she married.
She just shook her head. Like, she knows, she knows it's ridiculous for people to have dogs in all of these random public places where it's not a service dog. This needs to be the rule going forward. If you want to bring your dog into coffee shops, into restaurants, into grocery stores, on airplanes, it needs to have that service dog vest, and you need to have some sort of paper or literature letting people know that this is a certified service animal, because otherwise it is people making the excuse that they need some special needs creature, when the reality is that they just need to gain a little bit of confidence here, and they don't necessarily need it to for a forewarning that they're about to have a seizure or some sort of diabetic issue.
Well, you and I both grew up like most people with dogs and love them. I don't know how you don't. I love the whole binary because I like cats too. You're a cat guy. Well, I'm glad to see we're in 3rd grade here. What's your favorite color? No, you can actually, you probably should like both, and most animals, but dogs especially, like they're for the most part very sweet beings, right? You don't need to be in a grocery store. You don't need to be at any place like that. Anywhere where you're serving food, like keep the dog at home. Sorry, like you're not Paris Hilton here, and keep the dog at home. Patio at Shoal Creek, yes. Inside Shoal Creek, when I'm taking a leak No.
So here's where I have to admit that I have 2 dogs and I only really care for one of the 2. But in my defense, the other dog is, I'm pretty sure, somewhere on the autism spectrum. If autism exists for dogs, and it is a sober reminder for me each and every day, is I'm having to deal with this skittish dog that in a lot of ways acts more like a cat, not in a good way, that special needs humans are truly special, thus the name. It is truly a wonderful thing to have somebody like that in your life. I have relatives who are that, and they are some of my favorite people on the planet. Special needs dog, not such a special thing. More really fucking annoying most of the time.
Agreed. I would also argue that most dogs are on the spectrum and weigh on it. It's why I like them.
Fair retort there. All right, let's get to some Texas football talk now, because there were some All-American lists that came out over these last few days. Let's start with the AP All-American team. We see a couple of Longhorns on the second team. Maybe not who you would guess, though, based on NFL draft projections. Well, one of the guys, I guess, based on NFL draft projections. But I feel like you and I talked about this a couple of days ago. If there's anybody that has an argument for All-American consideration on this year's Texas roster, taking into account that JT Sanders is behind Brock Bowers at that tight end position. But this is first and second team that we got to see today, that it may be somebody like JT Sanders, maybe a Kelvin Banks, maybe a Jalen Ford. Well, according to the AP All-American team, Texas has 2 second-team All-Americans right now in the preseason. That would be Kelvin Banks and Xavier Worthy. I get Kelvin Banks, KD, but Xavier Worthy is a bit of a head-scratcher for me. I understand how good he was as a true freshman, but it was a pretty drop-off last year. He has a lot to prove this season, but he's also has a better cast of receivers around him, too.
Yeah, but that also could help him out. Because I'm with you. If you go off last year in production and drops and everything, no, you wouldn't put him second team All-American. He goes back to his freshman year. It goes to people think this whole offense as a whole is going to be so complete. And you've got different guys that complement each other on the outside. You've got JT Sanders. If you're ever going to have a position group where everything else you feel like is settled, and you've got 3 guys who haven't played much but are really talented, running backs is a spot to go, right? We've seen so many true freshman running backs come in, and look at Ohio State with Henderson a couple years ago, and so many guys around them, and they can be incredibly impactful. So I think it's more about what people saw his freshman year. I mean, he's got first-round talent and first-round twitch. So that's a little bit of a gamble. You're not going to put, if you're going to grab another Texas guy, you wouldn't put A.D. Mitchell on there. I think this is more thinking that Texas is a top 5 receiver room, and this is the guy. You don't put A.D. Mitchell because of the injuries. You don't put Nair because of that. So I think that's kind of what they're leaning on. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I would have put Sanders ahead of him as a second team guy. Yeah,
and the second team tight end, and I apologize if I mispronounce the name here, is a Syracuse tight end, Oronde Gadsden. Mm-hmm. So apparently Oronde Gadsden looked at by the AP voters is better at tight end than JT Sanders right now. Ultimately, you're right. Xavier Worthy not only has first-round athleticism, but also a certain toughness about him, too, as an undersized wide receiver. The one question that I have, because this was even an issue during his true freshman campaign, is I don't know if he has first-round hands. He led the Big 12 in drops. Granted, that was with more targets than a lot of guys were receiving, and that drops issue was clearly a factor last season too.
Yeah, no, that he's going to have to answer that. He's proven with some routes he's a great route runner. The jerk route that he runs on the goal line, I mean that's NFL level when he's run that, and so it's about hands for him and consistency. And so if he shows that this year, he probably will be. I mean, the Devontae Smiths of the world have helped him out, being that diminutive and still being able to, actually gets back to our Chris Jackson argument. You can't put your hands on him anymore. I mean, there are receivers that never would have seen the light of day because they're on the IR. They could just never get off the line of scrimmage, where every sport, all 3 major sports, have done everything they can with the rules changes to help out who? The offense.
It's actually amusing to me considering that soccer hasn't taken more consideration to loosening up their offside rules. And I get it. I understand, soccer purist. I am speaking evil right now. But imagine how much more enjoyable this sport would be if you completely eliminate offsides when the ball is in that larger goal box and you turn it into a more of a free-for-all. Yeah, you're going to lose those 1-0 games or those 0-0 ties, the beneficial tie for one team, but you probably get more 4-3 games or 5-2 games. More goals scored is not necessarily a bad thing in a sport that is desperate for more action versus stuff that almost happens.
I think that's a great point. And as someone who's never been a soccer guy or a hockey guy, I'll get into why here in a little bit. Where I finally figured it out, I think what the main issue was subconsciously with me just watching it. But I will give soccer credit for not bending, because I think those other three sports have been bending too much. Just let's get more people involved. No, let's get this a private society, damn it. Oh, wait, you don't make money doing that. But soccer and hockey, I was trying to figure it out. Why did I never get into them? Why can't I get into them? I think naturally growing up with football, basketball, and baseball being the sports I loved, the sports I played, in all three of those sports, you don't give up possessions, right? For free.
Yeah.
So you got to punt, man. What about an intentional walk? No. Nobody grabs a rebound and launches it to the other side of the court saying, hey, man, I had to clear the court, all right? Clear the puck and all that. And I understand. I mean, I do understand enough that is part of the good strategy. For me, though, just giving up, I'm just going to kick the ball down there. Let's just get it down there. You're giving up a possession? What are you doing?
Yeah, if you're doing it in hockey, you're doing it out of desperation because your team is exhausted and is having an impossible time regaining possession. So you basically have to knock it down to the other end and ice the puck. And the result of that in hockey, by the way, this just speaks to how much of a tough guy sport hockey is that those guys who are already dog tired have to stay back out there until they can actually get the puck back too.
I like that. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Or if you're up a lot, and like you said, or maybe you're shorthanded, you clear it. I understand their strategy with it, but just that's always been hard for me to wrap my head around. But I'm not very bright, so.
I disagree with that one. All right, as far as some of those All-American teams are concerned, Sporting News has Jalen Ford as a first-team All-American linebacker. Glad to see him getting a little bit of love. He obviously got screwed out of Defensive Player of the Year honors in the conference last season and hasn't received a ton of All-American love so far this year either. So kudos to the Sporting News for recognizing that talent.
He's got a nose for the ball, man. It's another guy we worked with who I think the world of and is just so locked in and is, I think, enjoying being the 3-star, whatever he was, but unheralded, certainly for a Texas recruit. He's got a nose for the football. And we talk about guys like that, whether it was a Nathan Vasher or a Honey Badger or an Earl Thomas, that guys like that, it's hard to describe. And we played with guys like that, yard football or middle school or even high school, right? That never went on to do much, but man, their talent level, or at least their 40 time or whatever, didn't match up with their production. Their production was a lot higher because instinctually, they know what they're doing.
And the freshman All-American team was announced, or a freshman All-American team, I should say, by On3 a little bit earlier on. And there was one Longhorn on this list, which I guess isn't all that surprising. I mean, Texas had a really good recruiting class, but we've only really been hearing about one guy going back to the spring, making plays when it matters most in the practice setting, which is obviously a loaded statement. But that would be Anthony Hill, coming in at one of the first-team freshman All-American linebackers, according to On3. But it does beg what I think is a relevant question for this football team right now, Kevin, and that is, which true freshman are you most excited about making some sort of impact this year? Because even though the obvious guy is Anthony Hill, there are other dudes on this roster now who have been making plays here and there going back to spring, but also continuing some of those things with fall practice happening now.
Yeah. Well, let's also remember that it's a good thing not to have too many freshman All-Americans.
Right.
because that means they're not playing that much and they're not that significant. They can be a nice piece to your team, but they're not going to be. Jamal Charles was technically the third string running back for the 05 team as a freshman.
Yeah.
Now he ended up starting and I would say it was the best, but you had, what was it? Selvin and Ramons in front of him.
Yeah, with a healthy program like what Georgia, Alabama, I mean, the big blue blood programs out there right now, Ohio State, Michigan. You mentioned an exception at running back with Ohio State earlier, but true freshmen who can actually provide you significant minutes is found money more than it is something being done out of necessity.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. So, and there's only so many, I say this on the radio all the time. Hey, we had 3 freshman All-Americans. We're moving in the right direction. Probably not, because we had 3 and they had 27 guys to choose from. So they picked 22. Okay. I've seen a lot of freshman All-Americans who end up never becoming all conference once they become upperclassmen. So always kind of be careful with that. But I'm going to give you a name because if they still do it the way they used to, because they have to, because getting back to the volume, there's not enough guys to choose from. I'm going to give you one because I think definitely see Anthony Hill, super fired up about him. Heard you and BK talking about him in a Micah Parsons type role off the edge in obvious 3rd and 19 situations and really let him get uphill or downhill and cause some issues. Malik Muhammad, obviously, we'll see how that plays out. But if he's forced in there and really has to play, he could easily be one. Jonte Cook could be one. The one guy I would say, though, because I believe so. So correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's still a redshirt freshman, and he may have played more than 4 games last year, so maybe not. Ethan Burke?
I believe Ethan Burke is a redshirt freshman right now, yes.
Okay, he's a guy then who could really play well, and I will give myself a little credit. I was the first person, I think, in the world with a microphone in front of him who was saying Ethan Burke, Texas should give Ethan Burke a ride. This is before Michigan gave him a ride. I watched every Westlake game, him and Vosick, and Burke was a Maryland lacrosse recruit, one of the top 5 lacrosse players in the country. And I couldn't believe he wasn't getting serious D1 rides. Michigan gives him one, then Texas. I can't wait to see what his body looks like because he was a perfect example of Aiden Hutchinson was the best case ceiling that I gave. But Aiden Hutchinson early on at Michigan was not thought to be the 2nd pick overall and to be the stud that he became and is right now. That if you put good muscle on this guy, there's a natural bend, almost like his lacrosse skill set comes into play. Very cerebral, because he's white, of course, coach on the field. No, but I mean, a very smart player reading the ball and everything. And I think Burke could be that guy if he's a redshirt freshman. I didn't even look at that. So,
well, the lacrosse background ensures that Bill Belichick will spend a draft pick or at the very least take a flyer on him at some point. What is it about a lacrosse background that is so well suited for football? I know you just mentioned the bend. Is it the bend? Is it the fact that they're not afraid to use their hands to gain positioning? What is it that translates so well?
I don't know lacrosse well, but talking to people, I think that's it. The bend, the agility, and then using your hands the way you do. I think that's a big part of it. You guys, chime in. Any lacrosse players who know a little bit more than we do on that. But yeah, that's a good question. I want to get yours. Who's yours? Do you have one freshman All-American, one person that you're looking at?
You named most of the guys that I think will most likely have some sort of impact, especially early on. And watch out for Malik Muhammad. I mean, he continues to make plays in practice, but also in those scrimmage settings. So the scrimmage is a step closer to that game atmosphere, obviously. And if he is making plays in that setting, then I am ready to see what he can actually do when the snaps truly matter. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't heard more about Derek Williams in fall practice because people have a ton of confidence that he's going to eventually be really good at the safety position. Now, the good news is that they don't need him right now, to your original point, but I'll be interested to see how things play out for him this year. But one other guy that I don't know if he makes the biggest impact, but he will have some sort of impact early on. That is CJ Baxter, who is the top-rated running back recruit in last year's class. Came in maybe a little bit light, has done a great job with the offseason strength and conditioning program, has put out on some positive weight, probably not where he needs to be ultimately to be that bell cow. They don't need him to be the bell cow right now, though. They need him to come in and maybe spell a Jonathan Brooks, or come in for Jaden Blue. But CJ Baxter not only has a lot of power that he runs with, but he's also shown some shiftiness in fall camp that has people really licking their chops to see what he's capable of when he does get the rock in a given situation. It may start out in short yardage situations early on, but don't be surprised to see him break off some big runs in other spots, much like Jonathan Brooks did at times last year. When given an opportunity, he made the most of it. I think we'll see the same out of CJ Baxter throughout the 2023 season.
Jonathan Brooks in little time has looked really good. Feel good about him. We'll see when he gets a full workload and is the guy or one of the guys. You mentioned Baxter. Good to hear that. And then Keelan Robinson. Where's your worry level on the running back room?
Worry in terms of what?
That they're not going to be as good as, probably not as good as the running back room last year, but they're going to be a spot where we look at and say, man, there was a lot of other stuff set up, and those guys, whether it's vision, ball security, whatever, just didn't live up to their talent.
If I hadn't seen Jonathan Brooks do what he did in mop-up time against backups for scrub competition in the regular season in the bowl game, I would be a little bit worried right now. But I think he is capable of being the primary guy in the running back room this year. And I think that all 3 or 4 dudes, if you want to throw Blue into the mix, do slightly different things that really complement the other guys. Obviously, Keelan Robinson is somebody that you give a little bit more of a limited playbook to, but you let him use that athleticism in a variety of ways, that Swiss Army knife, if you will. Occasionally it's more of that standard backfield look, but he is a guy who can break a big play at a moment's notice. I think Jaden Blue does some similar things to what Jonathan Brooks does. He's a little bit slight of frame, and I think he is maybe slightly more explosive. But Jonathan Brooks can break off big runs too, as we saw throughout last season and in the bowl game. And then CJ Baxter, back to the found money comments. He's a guy who stepping into, I think, most roles or most of what is asked out of the running backs can do an adequate to good version of that too. So I'm encouraged. Obviously, it's not going to be what last year and the last couple of years have been at the running back position, with Bijan Robinson, literally one of the all-time best to have played that position at Texas, and then Roschon Johnson, who would have started at so many schools last year and was one of, if not the biggest vocal leader on the roster last season. Like, they're not going to be those guys, but they will be okay. And I also know that Steve Sarkisian has made it a point of emphasis throughout his time as a head coach and offensive coordinator to find a guy to get 1,000 yards on the ground. And Jonathan Brooks is obviously the most obvious candidate to acquire that.
Yeah, we've talked about the receivers the last couple of shows, and it's funny to show you how loaded they are. I never remember Texas having a receiving core this good. The closest one, you were right, would be Roy, BJ, Sloan, Tony Jeffrey, Shanahan, that whole group, Scaife. And that's probably pretty comparable. I had issues with the scheme Texas was running back then, so I worried about that. Shout out GD. But it's funny, I haven't mentioned Jordan Whittington. And Whittington and Keelan Robinson are two guys, and I love Whittington. I mean, Jay Witt is talk about a legit person who's 22 going on 35 in terms of maturity. But Robinson and Whittington, this is where Sark can have so much fun. Those guys are gadgets. Those guys are toys. You can have them zigzagging in the flats, quick screens, jet sweeps. You can do so many different things with both those guys. And I don't know if they're going to need to this year, but let's not sleep on Keelan Robinson.
Yeah, I like that thought. And I'm with you on Jordan Whittington, too. There were times last year where I wish they were just pumping him the football for the sake of helping themselves win games versus Quinn. I don't want to call it a give up, but he was doing nothing but locking on Xavier Worthy and throwing incomplete passes Xavier Worthy's way. Jordan Whittington has shown when he's healthy over these last few years that he can be the dude. Now, that's been a loaded sentiment there, obviously, because Jordan Whittington had a hard time staying healthy through his first couple of years here in Austin, but he was healthy for a majority of last season. And I think it was worth testing to see if he could handle a little bit more. Hopefully the injury issues are behind him. I know a lot of people worried coming out of high school that he would have a hard time staying on the field because I think it was a relative or a trainer that was a power lifter that had him doing a lot of powerlifting through his high school teenage years, and that kind of threw his body out of whack. But credit to Torrey Beckham and the strength and conditioning staff, because I think they figured out a way to really unlock him and make sure that he would be as healthy as humanly possible for the football season. That was evident last year, and it will, fingers crossed, be evident once again this year, because he is not having to carry too large a load, because that wide receiver room is so loaded now with Xavier Worthy, Whittington, of course, A.D. Mitchell, who I think is going to end up as the number one wide receiver on this team. Kevin mentioned Jonte Cook, the true freshman, has been making plays and turning heads going back into the spring. And then you also have some younger dudes who are maybe a little bit forgotten about right now, who are also champing at the bit to show what they're capable of. Casey Kane is one of those guys. He had some good moments last year. He also had some not so great moments, but those can be great as a learning experience and understanding how to handle the pressure of a given situation. So it should be exciting to see what this Texas offense is capable of on the whole in 2023. And we haven't even talked about Quinn Ewers and the major steps forward that he has hopefully taken, not just this offseason, but going back to that time between the end of the regular season and the bowl game too. A completely different person on the field, and he has only continued with that positive attitude and making sure he is focused on the task at hand heading into this upcoming football season. Kevin?
Sorry about that. My internet is always good here, and I don't know what happened, but it said it went down, so...
All good, buddy. Hey, you were telling me in pre-show about the Texas Rangers and how they completely blew a game last night. I saw the final and extras. They lose what feels like a fourth straight, maybe something like 6 out of 7. And their lead continues to dwindle in the AL West because both the Astros and Mariners won last night.
Yeah, and the Rangers are on a season high now, 5-game losing streak. Every time I thought that they were going to really just kind of go back to the middle and they're still ahead of where they should be, they've been able to answer. And I thought they were going to do that last night. Jordan Montgomery pitched a great game for them. I thought that'd be a good pickup, but him and Stratton have been good. And Montgomery had 8 shutout innings. They're playing Arizona, who's in this, and Arizona is, man, there's more teams in Major League Baseball in my lifetime that I'm interested in watching. Whether they're a shit show like the Yankees, like the White Sox, like the Padres, like who am I forgetting? Even the Cardinals. There's just a lot of teams that are fun to watch, and a lot of them that we didn't see coming, whether it's the Orioles or the Diamondbacks, who've got a lot of fun young talent. Corbin Carroll at the top of the list. And so they're playing the Diamondbacks. So this means a lot for both teams. Like the Diamondbacks don't have the U-Hauls packed yet. Like they're still in this thing. And Adolis Garcia has been swinging at fastballs out of the zone in August at a 47% clip.
Oh,
he's been chasing way too much. So Boch gave him a day off. I think it worked because it's scoreless going into the top of the 9th, and Adolis hits one out. Well, look at that, 1-0. We're going to get out of here. Montgomery's got the great start. We're about to give the ball to Aroldis Chapman, who he's beefed up. But he's back to himself. He's been great this year. And it's
a high protein diet.
It's a high protein diet. I got it. He's blowing 102, spotting his fastball. And for some reason, there's one out, and Ketel Marte comes up. And Jonah Heim, who's back now, who I think is a very good catcher, puts down the split finger. All right, man, we're going to start the at-bat off with that. If you're going to be either up or down, spike it. We'll go 1-0. If he chases because he's looking 102, great. Do not put this thing in the strike zone. It could not have been a more lollipop split finger at 92 when Marte takes it out to left. So it's 1-1. I think you're 2 outs away, man. If Marte sits back on a four-seamer at 102 and lets it travel and barrels it up to right into the pool, you got us. We're tied. You beat one of the best fastball relievers in the history of the game with his good stuff on the outside half. Way to go. But he gets a split. I could tell CJ Nikowski was just thinking, why'd they throw that? Well, it goes into extra innings. The Rangers go up 3-1 in the 11th. And then they go to Will Smith, who, I got to be honest, I just don't like Will Smith stuff. I know he's been good, but he's one of those guys that his numbers are better than what my eyeballs tell me.
He peaked in the early 1990s.
Not that Will Smith.
Oh,
Not that Will Smith.
No, their bullpen other
this
than
one didn't screw over the DJ, okay?
Their bullpen other than Chapman is not very good. Like, I know they went out and made some deals, and these deals also included relievers, but I thought, as much work as they did to improve their starting staff, which they needed to do, they needed to put a similar effort into trying to shore up that bullpen if they were going to be able to compete in October.
So there's a guy on third. There's 2 outs. You're up 3-1, okay? You're facing Ketel Marte. You're not facing Barry Bonds here, all right? Go ahead and pitch to this guy. If he hits one out, another one, don't throw him a 92, although, hell, Smith's splitter would probably be, if he has one, 82 or 72. And pitch to him, okay? Be careful with him, but pitch to him. They intentionally walked the tying run to first. I just felt like it was bad baseball all around. Marte barely gets a lead. I'm not even sure if Jonah Heim's going to throw down, but he doesn't steal. Anyway, guy on third, first, 2 outs. You're up 3-1. Next guy comes up, hits a ball to right field. So it's 3-2 now. Guys on second and third. And then Tommy Pham came up and hit a line shot over Simeon. You lose. I mean, it's just the type of game I know that stung them. I could hear Jordan in the post game. That's the type of game when you've got a 4-game losing streak, you're about to snap it against what could be a playoff team. You're up 1-0. All right, bad choice on the split finger. You're up 3-1. We intentionally walked this guy. Two batters later, you're done. Like, you just can't. It felt like bad baseball, and that's a well-coached team that plays good baseball. I watch them almost every night. And this one, when they really needed it, you got to get that one.
Yeah, that's especially frustrating because Bruce Bochy is one of the all-time great managers because he is so good situationally.
Yeah, he is. Exactly. No, Boch has done a great job. They've got arguably the best pitching coach with Dave Duncan and like 4 or 5 other guys and Mike Maddox there. I think JD did a good job of handing it off to Chris Young, who's been great as a GM. That is a well-run organization and from top to bottom. And they just, it's going to happen. I mean, there are times where you're going to make bad decisions and you just kind of run into it. But I'll be curious to see how they rebound tonight because they need to. I mean, the 5-game losing streak, the Astros, not just the Astros, the Mariners are on their heels now. The Mariners have been red hot.
Yeah, who's the young guy that everybody's going crazy over? Julio Rodriguez, is that the Mariners player?
Julio Rodriguez and Mark DeRosa. I think Mark DeRosa is the best baseball analyst as a player in the game. I would say that Brian Kinney is probably your best baseball announcer or studio host in the game. But I watch MLB a lot, and I watch DeRosa and Robert Flores, the old CBS guy, on the morning show when I can. And DeRosa was getting into Rodriguez, really having – I'm going to get too baseball-y here, but you brought it up, so deal with it. But he was really trying to almost inside-out stuff and letting the ball travel too much a lot of the year. And he was not doing what he should do, which you don't want to always be bailing and wailing, but got to get that bat head out. And you you got to let them know, hey, man, middle and middle end, you can't mess with me there, even with velo. And he's gone back there. I don't know if you saw DeRosa. Harold Reynolds also did a segment about it. And since that 2 or 3 weeks ago, he has been the hottest hitter in the world. He has just been hitting everything. But they've got other guys, too. They've got the Ty Francis of the world, Cal Raleigh. They've got some guys who most people wouldn't know, even in baseball. That is a well put together team, and the sum is probably better than what we think the individual parts are.
You mentioned the Orioles surprising a lot of people this year, Kevin, and it's been a great story. They have the second best record in baseball as it stands after the Atlanta Braves. And for Orioles fans who have suffered through so much bad baseball for literally decades, it feels like, this is a nice bit of justice to finally get to root for a winning club for at least 1 year. But unfortunately, based on the comments of their owner, John Angelos, it sounds like it may not last beyond much more than a year.
No, John Angelos won. He suspended the play-by-play guy for, the most ridiculous soft bullshit you've ever seen in your life.
Stupid.
Really stupid. And, Baltimore fans, first off, can you imagine living in that city? Wags, I love you, and God bless y'all. But living in that city for the last 20 to 25 years, like what a lot of the cities are going through right now, they've been going through forever. They're like, welcome to the club. Join it. That's a resilient group. So I mean that as a compliment. People that have stayed there.
Detroit thinks Baltimore is a shithole.
Right, exactly. I don't know how you guys deal with that. You want some water? But yeah, so Detroit's been through all types of shit. And yeah, they'd probably look at Baltimore and just think, whoa. But it's a resilient fan base. And so I love that they had that guy's back. And they've done, they haven't showed up maybe all the time, but they've had a bunch of losers on there. Angelos, his son, because Peter Angelos is the owner, the 94-year-old, so God knows where he is right now, just mentally. But John Angelos, the son, talked to, was it the Post or the Times? I forgot who it was. And pretty much said, I'm glad you're enjoying it, but don't expect us to sign any of these guys. Woe is me being an owner in a small market. Oh, yeah, woe is you. One, you could sell that, even the Orioles, for $1 billion right now, and you'll be fine. And your dad bought them for like 165 million in the early 90s. I'm sure you guys are doing okay. So maybe you can't give Adley Rutschman 350, but the numbers he was throwing out there, and then he tried to get into, not that I'm any business savant by any means, but when I'm reading it and looking and going, what are you talking about? Like, do you know what supply and demand are? Because then he got into, well, I don't really know if our prices are right at the ballpark, but either way, we're going to have to raise them significantly. Like, well, first off, there's no reason to talk right now, man. Like, what are you even talking about this for? Let them enjoy this.
Yeah, he's like the owner in the movie Major League, where it's like he's trying to derail the team by creating these stupid distractions. And by the way, the broadcasting thing did become a distraction because the players were being asked about that. So you were causing them to lose focus on the task at hand. Now, credit to them. They haven't lost focus. They've been playing good baseball since then, but it's like he's trying to do everything in his power to discourage people from liking the franchise specifically because of him. I wonder if it's tied into the to-do happening right now between Angelos, who either wants – I need to read this story before I throw it out here, but there's something going on with the ballpark where there are renovations that are being suggested, and somebody wants a new ballpark. It's probably Angelos who wants the taxpayers to pay for a new ballpark, which wisely taxpayers are probably saying no to right now. So he's
in Baltimore, they've got so much more shit to deal with than that.
Exactly. Yeah, we don't need to pay for a new home for, as you said, somebody who is worth $1 billion or billions of dollars so that they don't have to finance that thing themselves.
No, it's ridiculous. Well, first off, the stadium's ridiculous. That was a beautiful stadium. Maybe the ball's flying out too much and you're in the AL East and you can't compete, so you move it back a little bit. But that left field, have you seen that left field?
No.
It's 390 feet and it's raised. No, it is a joke, Trey. Go look at Baltimore's left field because they've changed the last couple of years. I mean, come on. Like,
So it's the opposite
I was so glad when the
Yankee
Astros
right
took
field.
out their little anthill they had. Stop being so cute. It's okay. All ballparks are different, and that's one of the things I like about ballparks. But when you turn it into that, that's jumping the shark.
Yeah, it's like the new Yankee Stadium, how short that right field is.
Agreed.
Like you try too hard to get cute here, and it's stupid.
So the Red Sox, of course, it was the Red Sox announcers. This is a couple of years ago. Went out there and walked it. They claim it's 314, and the Red Sox guy claimed it was 309. It's probably, considering it's a Red Sox, it's probably somewhere in between. But that's there are guys that, look at Matt Carpenter last year. Look at some of these guys that have made their living off just hitting fly balls out there.
Yeah, you just poke a fly ball out to right field, and it turns into a home run half the time.
I would say if you're just your average Joe like us and you're a lefty, get an aluminum bat and a juiced up baseball, and that'd be your best shot. Maybe that, and maybe left field in Houston to actually get one out of a major league park during BP. If you swing the bat at all.
Do you think that, you would want to warm up a little bit first, obviously, and not go in there cold.
Do I think I could hit a home run?
Yeah, a home run in any major league ballpark, any of the ones that you just mentioned?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I used to have decent power. I was not a great baseball player, but I did used to have decent power. It was pull power from the right side of the plate, but no chance.
I think I'd hit some line drives off BP pitching. Okay. I think I could get back into that, but no. I hear so many people say, do you think you could score 10 points in an NBA game? Do you think you could hit one out here? Do you think what would happen if you went up against an NFL linebacker? Man, there are a lot of keyboard gangsters that think they're much better athletes than any of us were. Because it also changes level to level, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you played D2 baseball, your brother played what? D3 baseball?
D3, yeah.
That's impressive. But D3 to single A or even D3 to play in UT, he'd be the first to say, oh, God, different level. I think there's a lot more levels than a lot of people want to admit.
Yeah, D3 to D2. And by the way, at D3, this was back during the juicing era. And he did have at least a couple of guys on his team who were taking PEDs at Division III to gain that competitive edge because, that's not just the nature of baseball. That's the nature of sports.
Yeah, well, Westlake football wasn't doing that, okay?
Westlake football wasn't. Stephenville High School back in Art Briles' heyday. Nebraska football back in the 1990s. Nobody was cheating, Kevin.
All right, so there's my baseball take. Thanks for letting me get it out.
Speaking of renovations, because we just talked about ballpark renovations, apparently I-35 is in store for some renovations over the next decade. Now, I'm glad you mentioned this story to me because of my busy day. I was going to completely miss it otherwise, but the Texas Department of Transportation's I-35 expansion plan cleared its final hurdle. This would have been yesterday as Texas.
How long did it take to get over the hurdle? Because it's I-35. What, 20 minutes?
An hour and a half. They started at 3:30 in the afternoon, and they finally got where it needed to be by 5 o'clock. But they approved their own final environmental impact statement and released its record of decision to begin construction early next year. Now, this is a $4.5 billion plan for the 8-mile stretch of I-35 between US 290 East. So think where Highland Mall is, or I don't even know if it's considered Highland Mall.
Think about Pluckers right there off 35 and 290.
There you go. Better landmark. Think of the Pluckers right there going all the way down to where I-35 crosses Ben White, and Ben White either heads towards 360 or it heads towards the airport, one way or the other. Well, that is an 8-mile stretch that is going to get a serious upgrade, even though it is facing quite a bit from critics right now who believe that this isn't actually going to help out with traffic congestion. I see pros and cons to this plan, Kevin, and the cons start with the fact that the taxpayer, Travis County taxpayers, are going to be on the hook for this one in at least some way, shape, or form, and inevitably this $4.5 billion plan will probably balloon to somewhere closer to 15 to 20 billion before it's all said and done.
Of course, yeah, and there's going to be grifting and all that stuff because that's what politicians and that's what these bureaucracies do. So I expect that. We definitely need something. I'm going to do something right now that most listeners have probably never seen an Austinite do. Boredom raised Austinite, someone who does have proprietary feelings to this place, and rightfully so. This is on us, y'all. This whole issue is on us. Because we could have done this in the 80s when I think we were passing up federal funds. And our philosophy was if we don't build it, they won't come. And it would have been a lot easier to get this done. Probably wouldn't have been as expansive as it should have been, but the basic infrastructure to get set up, we just never did. So this is on Austinites. Now, Austin turning into one of the douchebag capitals of the world, that's on y'all, California, okay? That's on all y'all that came in because it was the coolest city in the world 25 years ago. But, yeah, no, the infrastructure, that's on us.
So there are a couple of aspects of this plan that will probably get the most attention. The first is getting rid of the upper decks, which is part of the plan that I am completely on board with. Every time I'm in that area, I see those stupid upper decks causing confusion. Occasionally, I won't call myself confused, but I decide last minute that I'm going one direction or the other, not screwing anybody in the process, but I'm making a quick decision in doing so. So the upper decks, lower decks, that's going to go away. It's all going to be one level. That's great. The part of the plan that I think will also receive a lot of attention that I am completely opposed to as somebody who understands or has a basic understanding for what good infrastructure looks like, not only in terms of your roads, but also your public transportation system. No, they're not going to put a train system down the spine of I-35 because a healthy train system, Kevin, you know this from living in New York. I know it from living in Chicago, typically goes down the spine of major thoroughfares to make it easier for people to take the train from point A to point B. They're not going to put a train or trains in the middle of I-35. Instead, we're going to get a bunch more high occupancy vehicle lanes, which don't be surprised if those turn into toll lanes over time.
Time for me to get a dummy, huh? Dress her up.
Oh, no question. If they keep it as HOV lanes and don't turn it into toll lanes,
yeah,
yes, you should definitely get some sort of inflatable that makes it look like you. I would put the inflatable in the back seat though, like you have a man child in the back seat, or that you're chauffeuring somebody around versus how easy it would be to see said dummy riding shotgun with you.
No, I got to figure it out, though. I'm going to take advantage of 2023, just like I would if I was a kid now and I would have half the days off because, I got gender offended. Miss Smith, I'm going to have to, I've got to take a couple periods. I'm hurt. One. Can I call you Nancy? No, I can't. All right. But I can call you Miss Smith because you go by that. So I would take advantage of that as a kid, and I'm going to take advantage of this. I'm going to have it be it's my girlfriend. And look, she's not breathing. You can judge me all you want. All right. I have problems getting laid. I have problems talking to real women. She doesn't talk back to me. This is my girlfriend. I treat her as my girlfriend. She goes everywhere with me, like the dog. You think we're able to play that off in Austin?
I would be much better off with that bimbo who had her fat lab in the middle of the coffee shop. If it had been her HOV dummy in the middle of the floor versus that poor creature.
I wish you would have gotten her number because maybe I would just call her up and say, hey, you want to go for a ride? I need to get in the fast lane.
What does that make you, by the way, if you are attracted to dolls or attracted to HOV dummies? Is that pansexual, asexual? What's the official ruling there?
I don't know. I lost track of all that and frankly just didn't care. Do whatever you want. Consensual adults. I don't give a shit what the hell you do. Go for it.
So I-35 is supposed to get upgrades. Like I think it'll probably make small differences. Like getting rid of the upper deck, I think will help a little bit. And if the HOV lane turns into a toll lane, well, I know what I'll be doing when I'm having to travel I-35 during the wrong times. I will be paying a little bit extra money to not sit in traffic But the toll lanes are also a loaded idea too, because there were times heading back from our old radio station to Cedar Park where I would see how bad traffic was, hop into the toll lane going north on Mopac, and all of a sudden I'm at a standstill too. So essentially I've just paid money to sit in the same traffic as everybody else.
Yeah, during the pandemic, we were on the Horn. Remember, we did our show at Onion Creek.
Yeah.
And so where I live in Hyde Park, I mean, I would just at 35, I avoid it at all costs, but at some point, you just got to do it. But it was empty. It was the weirdest thing. It brought me back to 1985 there. And I'm flying by there. Remember, a bird ran into my car or SUV, and it got caught in the vent.
Oh,
so I do the whole show, and I'm coming out, and this guy I obviously was driving too fast. I wasn't going 100, but I was, flying because you could.
Yeah.
It was like, oh my God, like a horse that can actually stretch his legs a little bit. And I'm coming out after the show 4 hours later. These golfers are like, hey man, you got a dead bird in your vent here. I'm like, what? So if a bird hit your car now, probably wouldn't feel it on I-35 because you're not moving. So it was pretty cool to actually deal with that. But I avoid I-35 at all costs. We need to do something. I get it. It's just going to be a pain in the ass. But at some point, you just got to do it, right?
Yeah, you do. And you hope that the decision makers who are most responsible for these things make the right decisions in the process. Like, people scoffed at the idea to possibly dig a tunnel under I-35 and create a completely different highway system for people who didn't want to stop in the city proper. And I think there may be some credence to that. But I also know that a lot of people who are on I-35, especially during rush hour, live in Central Texas. So I don't know how much that's going to do to help those issues during the highest traffic times.
Yeah, but we're talking about an 8-mile stretch. So if you do live where my mom does in Taylor or you're in Hutto or Round Rock or any of these spots north or south of that, which is where a majority of people actually do live, then having them be able to bypass all that would probably help, right?
Yeah, I think that it would help for sure. And I also believe that you have a shortage of good options going east and west. But what you need to do is you need to look at roads that are treated like highways for people getting to and from work and do a better job of turning them into highways. Like 360 is maybe the first example that you have to bring up when talking about something like that here in Austin. But I even feel like Palmer Lane, west of Mopac now, west and going north of Mopac, is also to a point now, especially with all of the big businesses that are operating on the roadsides there. You've got a couple different Apple campuses. There's a huge complex where EA Sports is in, a couple of tech companies like that, where you need to consider turning Palmer into something more of a highway and have all those lights. Those are underneath the highway to where all of a sudden that's not affecting traffic on the actual roadway that most everybody is on nearly as badly.
You would know, you would have a better idea certainly up there than I would. But yeah, I mean, the infrastructure has been screwed for a long time, and it's a very popular city, and it's not going anywhere, which is good for most of us. And whatever industry you're in, it can get annoying, but just don't try and be 50 years old and acting too hip and on 6th Street all the time, or listening to music you shouldn't be listening to.
I don't know if this is a Cedar Park thing or a TxDOT thing, but even up here near where I live, like you have the 183 toll road and then old 183, it's now called Bell Road. Like it bends under the highway and then it's, I don't know, a quarter of a mile off where the toll road is. But where Bell essentially begins and the toll road also starts after Lakeline, there aren't access roads right now. It's more like a highway up north, which took a lot of getting used to, by the way, when I moved out of the state of Texas for the very first time. They don't have access roads in Oregon, in Illinois. You get off the highway, you're maybe going in a completely different direction. But they realized the need for access roads along this toll road. So the 3-mile stretch or so that doesn't have access roads right now, they are in the process of, they've already planned it. So they're about to break down to put those access roads in. which I think is going to help the traffic flow in this area even more too. They need that more of that sort of thinking. It's not a problem right now, although Bell Road is a little bit of a mess when you're talking about afternoon drive time, but it's not as big of a clusterfuck as I-35 is at this current juncture. So they're trying to get ahead of it. Unlike TxDOT and city decision makers and state decision makers who have continued to push this up the road for decades now, to where the problem is extremely out of hand, and whatever solutions you're about to try and implement with a decade's worth of construction is only going to do so much to help out.
Yeah, and like you brought up earlier, I think a lot of us just always kind of wonder where that money is really going and how on the up and up it is. All right, I know we still have, and there's no timestamp on it. We'll get to that story at some point that had my dad crying, laughing. Anything else you want to get to here? We'll get to that later at some point.
I'm just going to preface it with this. Not all guys and not all husbands are Neanderthals, but when I act like a Neanderthal as a guy and a husband, I got to call myself out for it.
Yep.
So you're just going to have to stay tuned for Thursday at noon to find out more. That's when I will be speaking once again with my best friend, Kevin Dunn. KD, thank you as always. Thank you for watching and listening. If you're watching on YouTube right now and you have not already, please do subscribe to the Texas Sports Unfiltered channel and click that thumbs up button if you liked this show. Chip and Zay, Midday with Trey and BK, all 3 shows a part of this live stream over the last 4 hours. We will talk to you tomorrow beginning bright and early at 8 a.m. with Trey and BK, as a matter of fact.
Ooh, okay.
Flags in the early afternoon and Chip and Zay after that. For Kevin Dunn, I am Trey Elling.
We have clouds. We have clouds.
We have cloud cover. People are saying that there's rain in the Austin area. I will believe that when I see it. But hey, there was a lot of wind when I was picking the kids up at school a little bit earlier. It felt glorious. I mean, it was like, it was 98 blowing on my face. Doesn't sound good coming out of my mouth, nor does that. But it was a hell of a lot better than 107 and nothing.
Y'all have a good one. Take care.
Peace.